Thank you everyone for coming to the final iteration of the White West Who's Universal series. I would also like to thank artist João Pulido for the little soundtrack to the biennial that we just heard. He's also in the exhibition in the Cave. Without further ado, I will just start my introduction so that then I can give the word to Anselm Franke, my co-organizer. As Alan McDovey details in Victorian literature, energy, and ecological imagination, from the 18th century onwards, Western science began to tap a large yet non-renewable capital store of energy. This shift from agricultural production dependent upon the flow of energy cycles, meaning the sun, to industrial production based on the usage and subsequent depletion of energy stock, the burning of fossil fuels, which initially means coal, roughly coincides with what one of our guests, genocide scholar Dirk Moses, has dubbed the racial century. That is the period between the mid-19th century and the mid-20th century. The question Who's Universal asks is, why does the transition to fossil fuels entail an intensification of already ongoing processes of racialization? And how to describe what Charles Mills, who I am deeply saddened to not have been able to invite as a speaker as he passed last summer, has called the racialized time of white modernity. So me and Anselm Franke, who is sitting by my side, have been thinking about the relation between capital and conversion. The term capitalism, as Jean-Joseph Gu argued, names the divorce of economic practices from their symbolic valence and the domination of the depersonalized, disaffected, and insignificant relations that undergird a market economy. But these relations need manufacturing. As another of our speakers, Siraj Ahmed, who is here already in the room, together with Marx argued, capital takes on a universalizing role in modernity because it wants to reproduce itself everywhere and thus needs to subsume all other modes of production into itself. So from the 19th century onwards, processes of conversion and the anxiety they elicit start to find expression at multiple levels, not simply at an economic one. Siraj Ahmed's The Stillbirth of Capital details the entanglement and attrition between patriarchal values and exchange value by looking at the 18th century novel in which the theme of conversion takes center stage. In The King of the Pirates, Daniel Defoe describes the tribulations of Captain Avery, a pirate who seizes the dowry of a Mughal princess. At first euphoric at the sight of the immense wealth he has captured, Avery will soon be bitterly disappointed. The goods he has seized cannot be converted to monetary value in European markets. The pirate's bounty is, as Siraj Ahmed observes, and I quote, caught between the diverse economies of the pre-modern world. End quote. The impossibility to estimate its value marks the limits of European modernity by pointing to what Hamlet calls other worlds. Whereas capitalism demands these other worlds be subsumed into the world of international trade monopolies, the conversion of all forms of value into monetary value threatens to entail the breakdown of age-honored patriarchal values at the heart of imperial centers. Hence the paradox, or one of the paradoxes, at the heart of modernity. As significant market relations are hard to reconcile with patriarchal hierarchies. To borrow from Sylvia Wynter, a ceremony must be found in order to reconcile former and latter. This is also the reason why, I would argue, and again I quote Ahmed, the salient conversion that accompanies capitalism does not simply take place at points of exchange like the stock market, where illicit wealth reappears as legitimate property, end quote, but also crops up inside the walls of the university. The university is here a point of conversion where the friction between values and value is elevated into a metaphysical scheme. Reconciling spiritual value with monetary value, Hegel will conceptualize processes of conversion along a chronopolitical axis whereby nature is converted onto culture. To be human for Hegel is to negate the given, to free oneself from nature. Nature is thus an alienation in which spirit does not find itself, because nature negates the idea. The spirit must negate this negation, and the function of culture is thus to undo nature in order to create a man-manned second world. Man, as Teixeira wrote, and I quote, appears on the scene as the antithesis of nature. He is the being who raises himself up, end quote. The failure to free oneself from nature is thus conceptualized as a cultural failure, which Hegel attributes to conceptual inadequacy. From his perspective, race is an index of this inadequacy. Whiteness is thus not a race, but the absence thereof. By playing race, as Reiterada notes, and I quote, against a falsely transparent humanity, Hegel makes the notion of openness to history into the measure of authentic development, end quote, which he then uses to generate racist images of those who are defined by its lack. Patriarchal ideology can thus be sublated into a metapolitical plot and reappear under the guise of universal history. Aesthetics is yet another site of conversion of value into values. In the Gothic novel, the anxiety about conversion is figured as a deformation or transmogrification, and all the economic and geopolitical flows, however mobile, will be fixed within an imperial frame. In the same manner, any conversion that runs counter to the colonial norm is figured as an unnatural inversion. The Gothic representations of monstruosity in Bram Stoker's Dracula and Robert Louis Stevenson, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, show how monstruosity is mobilized to connote energy conversions via their embellishment with racialized inscriptions of difference in order to strengthen colonial categories of self and other. These figures of speech do not stabilize or categorize observations, allowing for association without substantiation. In spite of being completely articulated, or perhaps precisely because of this, these analogies will acquire a structuring force, and preoccupations with energy or lack thereof will earn a salient biopolitical character. In his oft-quoted 1991 book, Lessons on the Analytic of the Sublime, which I revisit whilst writing a text for a catalogue edited by Kirsten Stackemeyer, one of our speakers, and also Anselm Franke, Jean-François Lyotard narrated the experience of the sublime as a violent sexual assault in which the faculty of the imagination, and I quote, is violated, exceeded, exhausted, end quote. One could perhaps dismiss Lyotard's penchant for metaphors that naturalize sexual violence as the idiosyncrasies of one single author, but leaving this jarring passage aside, the free play of the faculties is already implicitly gendered in Kant's account of the sublime. And the sublime also has a hidden racial dimension. Edmund Burke's A Philosophical Inquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, the first theorization of the sublime, conflates blackness with the themes of darkness and terror. In Anima Minima, Lyotard will accuse Kant's analytic of the beautiful of concocting what he calls logical monsters. But one could also argue that the whole philosophic field of the aesthetics bears an oppressive ideological force which combines fear and desire into what I just called an Hegelian metapolitical plot. One of the aims of the present conference is thus to remove the sublime and adjacent aesthetic categories like the exotic or the grotesque from their pristine post-Enlightenment lineage, a history of aesthetic ideas that purport to exist without any messy ground-level entanglements at sites of imperial extraction or expansion, and to examine the disturbing conflation of embodied and encultured experience that the discourse of philosophical aesthetics engenders. The conference thus surveyed aesthetic theory as an ideological process at work, making, as Meg Armstrong put it, and I quote, what is contingent and local in matters of taste appear to be natural and thus beyond dispute. I'm extremely excited to welcome our speakers of today about aesthetic currencies and to hear the contributions of our guests, Kirsten Stackemeyer, Zakia Iman-Jackson, Sladia Blazin, and Françoise Vergès. The other aim of the present conference is to examine war economies. and the way the logic of war shapes the pursuit of hegemonic power, and the military costs of such pursuit that tend to exhaust state revenues, creating in turn an even greater compulsion for imperial expansion. In the 18th century, to return to Siraj Ahmed, European states were so militarized that they bankrupted the Commonwealth, and the English state created the Bank of England to finance its war debt. As our first speakers of today's event, Utsa Patnaik and Prabhat Patnaik, would describe this, there is a structural relation that characterizes capitalism, and I quote them. In addition to the capital-wage relationship, capitalism is characterized by an additional structural relationship, and imperialism refers to that structural relationship. That relationship necessarily has a spatial dimension and was as much a feature of the colonial period as it is of contemporary capitalism. End quote. The feedback loop between sovereign power and military commerce is in turn tied to what Andre Gunnar Franke calls the development of underdevelopment, the active process of underdeveloping the periphery to the benefit of the imperial centers. Exploring the entanglements of war, colonial frontiers, and indebtedness, we will attempt to illuminate the collusion between sovereign power and monopoly capitalism. Last but not least, because we couldn't speak about empire without speaking about insurgency, I would also extend a warm welcome to Priyamvada Gopal, whose Insurgent Empire I would say is a must-read, as well as to our speakers of tomorrow's event, Rasha Salti, Max George Inderer, and Katrin Dirken-Honfeld. We will all be with us tomorrow. This event is part of a conference series which began at La Colonie in Paris with a conference I co-organized with Kader Attia and Giovanna Zapperi. As we reach the end of a long journey, I would also like to thank them, as well as our brilliant managing director, Susanna Wagner, who is here with us, who kept the project afloat throughout the pandemic, and our biennial team liaison and public program curator, June Trevert, without whom we couldn't have organized this event, as well as Bernd Scherer for his continued support, and Gabi Horn, Sabine Wehr, and the whole biennial team. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Anna. Second part of the introduction, so equal length. Structural racism, that is the racism that is deeply embedded in modern discourse and institutions, as well as in modern subject formation, is a central impediment for the majoritarian discourse in the current culture wars, and a linchpin in the shift to the right, the horizon of which, not only in the United States, is nothing less than the evocation of a civil war, in which the fundamental contradiction at the heart of Western modernity, its aporia, is yet again violently discharged. Not only against the geopolitical background of the disintegrating post-war order, together with the informal empire of the US. It is therefore quite telling how former Chancellor Angela Merkel and still current President of the Federal Republic of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, in their interviews and speeches before the pandemic and before the current war, have frequently conjured up the time of domestic European civil and religious wars, such as the Peace of Augsburg in 1555 as a reference, without, however, a word about their global dimension in the colonial reorganization of the world in the early days of modern capitalism, as if European history could still be summoned and indeed be pacified as a history that can be treated separately from that of the capitalist world system, leading to fatal miscategorizations of the countless boomerang effects which are washing ashore or descending upon us like meteorites from what no longer seems like the depth of a distant history, because nothing of that past has passed indeed. Structural racism is an impediment because it calls into question the fundamental constitution of liberal societies and their historical and systematic capitalist conditions, because it denotes the huge blind spot in the self-understanding of the modern world. And it is the linchpin of the continuing shift to the right, because it is precisely in the denial of the structural, world systemic dimension of racism that its structures are normalized, reproduced, repositioned, and above all, militarily and politically rearmed. The confrontation with structural racism in majoritarian discourse has not even begun in Europe. It receives, majoritarian I have to add, not, of course, social movements. It receives little more attention than a mere stray opinion or as a collective delusion that can be so aptly isolated and kept at a distance in the notion of a racial mania, Rassenwahn, as a historical exceptional case limited to Nazism's alleged fallback into a pre-modern irrationality. In that very country, here, that elevated white supremacy to the center of a violent and genocidal reorganization of the world itself only a few decades ago. I'd like to suggest very cursorily that we differentiate three forms of racism in a way that better enables us to locate the currency of racism in the present and to specify what we want to talk about in this White West conference. The Caribbean intellectual Sylvia Wynter, in the 2015 text, The Ceremony Must Be Found, already invoked by Anna, speaks first of Fanon's concept of a racism of contempt. This racism of contempt indeed includes most racisms that fall into the category or into the realm of mere opinion, that is, provincialist and unenlightened fantasies of superiority and xenophobic projections and the externalization of one's own fears, etc. However, at the structural level of the foundations of colonial modernity, Wynter argues, this devaluation takes place at a level that, since the early days of colonialism and capitalism, has allowed theological, cosmological, and secular scientific distinctions to become the basis of capitalist social and economic extractions of value, and whose conception of man presupposes the, what she calls, negation of co-humanity, of the larger part of a now racialized humanity. And this is what a universalist humanism worthy of the name must revolutionarily abolish, which Sylvia Wynter finds prefigured in the anti-colonialist writings of Aimé Césaire. Secularization replaced, historically, the basic cosmological distinction dominating the Middle Ages, that of an eternal kingdom of heaven and a sinful earth. Once the telescope had placed the earth in the continuum of celestial bodies governed by natural law, and displaced it from the center of the cosmos, while simultaneously opening it up, the globe up for colonial conquest, which was then, this basic distinction was then replaced by a new fundamental divide, again of cosmological dimensions, namely the divide of unfree external nature and the rational individual, the subject of freedom, on the basis of which Renaissance humanism set in motion a devaluation of the non-European other as irrational and as of yet stuck in unfree nature, which is the essential discursive divide allowing for appropriation and which centrally includes the social death of the slave and enabled settler colonial land grab. Denise Ferreira da Silva coined the opposition of a state of exteriority and state of interiority for this dividing line in its later manifestation in Western Enlightenment philosophy, which can be linked to the formation of the possessive individual of the liberal bourgeoisie, for which possessiveness of the unfree external world is correlative for self-ownership of the autonomous subject of freedom. It's only against this backdrop that we can grasp the forked tongues of those currently rallying to the defense of the free world and modern humanism, often without their own knowing. Conversion since the early colonial era is not anymore primarily or exclusively a question of access to the eternal kingdom of heaven through baptism and communion, but the same cosmological narrative and, in Anna's words, meta-political plot is applied to the violence of original accumulation and dispossession. Unfree nature, together with the enslaved and subjugated labor force, is allegedly redeemed in the process of valorization, as it were, into the universality of capital. So much for its teleology. Here it would be necessary to write the prehistory of the perfidious slogan Arbeit macht frei, work sets you free, once again, in order to classify its cynicism as preconditioning the collective lies and the double standards of these lies that will beget fascism in the long duration of colonial modernity. The racism of contempt thus consists in varying degrees of devaluation and debasement for the purpose of extracting value. And it's precisely this mechanism that led Cedric Robinson in 1983 to describe capitalism in terms of this structural dimension as racial capitalism, a dimension without which the global food chain of the colonial extraction matrix remains fundamentally misunderstood on a broad social level. Subjects at the upper end of this value and food chain, that is, white subjects in the sense earlier specified by Anna, typically think that by renouncing the racism of contempt in the sense of an opinion of their own, over their own superiority, and by apologizing for past violence, they have escaped the problem of racism. In doing so, however, they only take refuge in a second form of racism, which Winter calls with Fanon bourgeois ideology, which is where the question of who's universal is to be situated in a more narrow sense. Bourgeois ideology, Fanon writes in 1963, is the proclamation of an essential equality between men, which manages to appear logical in its own eyes by inviting the sub-man to become human and to take as their prototype Western humanity as incarnated in the Western bourgeoisie. This invitation is based on a disavowal and foreclosure of the structural racism of white modernity and its evolutionist chronopolitics in the service of capital accumulation. And it's precisely at the level of this disavowal and foreclosure that the reproduction of the free world as white West currently takes place, ceaselessly conjuring up a lopsided view of history in which the defense of modernity as history of progress becomes a systematically reproductive denial of the very material underside costs that Anna has so eloquently invoked. Lastly, we have to add a third type of racism which cannot be treated separately from the post-Enlightenment 19th century conversion of the paradigms of Renaissance humanism into what Sylvia Wynter calls a biocentric order, which becomes coterminous with the racial century at the time of high imperialism, and whose principal code of operating the racist negation of core humanity through a division of what Wynter specifies as naturally selected versus naturally disselected or eugenic, dysgenic humankind. Under this new paradigm that supports the capitalist world system until this day, a formation of romantic anti-capitalism emerges, which seeks to naturalize and indeed biologize abstract capitalist socialization within the terms of a biologist understanding of organic national bodies, elevating race to cosmological dimensions in the process yet again. It is exactly to the degree that the abstract nature of capital remains disavowed in romantic anti-capitalist imaginaries that a formerly religious anti-Semitism becomes racialized as the false concretion and personification of the very abstract systemic principle it categorically fails to grasp, thus begetting the unholy alliance of palingenetic nationalism of fascism with the rhetoric of anti-colonial nationalism that was burgeoning in the 1930s, in terms that lended themselves to a subaltern form of racism against an imagined, now personified superiority embodying the degenerative principle of abstraction. It's also in this sense that our invitation to today's conference states that a partial or distorted critique of capitalism will continue to open an equivocal space in which public discourse can be inflected in the direction of fascism. I want to end with a quote by Sylvia Wynter in which she addresses the convergence between the climate crisis and the world systemic problem of the color line by addressing the failure of the IPCC's, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, assessment reports on climate change to tackle the connection of the, quote, unequal disruptions experienced as a result of global warming of climate change with the, again, quote, processes that drive the correlated unequal distribution of wealth and resources across the peoples and regions of the earth. Without recognition and call for the abolition of structural racism as constitutive of capitalist modernity, Winter says, the fundamental causal principles of the world systemic underside costs cannot be seen. She says, quote, this principle must be unseeable given that our specific mode of material provisioning, that is, that of our present techno-industrial mode of economic production in its free market neoliberal capitalist modality, is one indispensable to the dynamic enactment of the West's second reinvented conception of man with capital M in its now bio-humanist homo economicus prototype terms. The reproduction of these prototype terms of the human, she goes on, act as, quote, law-like conditions of man's now planetarily extended, homogenized and now internet standardized ongoing dynamic enactment in iconic American dream terms of stable replication. And the continued enactment and replication of this now neoliberal mono-humanist conception has remained unrecognized as the cause of these underside costs, unquote. It is to grasp the depth of this unseeability that the White West conferences are devoted. Thank you. I just want to add my thanks, my heartfelt thanks to Anna for the time we spent together and for her ceaseless energy in making this series of conferences so generative. And I also want to thank the team of the Akademie der Künste and the TU Berlin for the technical support, as well as my team at the HKW, Agnes Wegner, Anke Ulrich, Susanne Wagner, Sophie Genske, and I also want to extend my thanks, of course, to Gabi Horn and Kada Atja, and to the team of the Berlin Biennale, Antje Weitzel, June Drevet, Charlotte Mergenthaler. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before introducing our first speakers, Utsa Patnaik and Prabhat Patnaik, I would just like to say that there's a little glitch in our program. We are going to have 2 20-minute breaks rather than 1 30-minute followed by 1 15-minute break so that we make them even. And we are very happy to welcome Utsa Patnaik and Prabhat Patnaik, who are highly renowned for their research and writings on political economy, inequality in a global perspective, and the relations between capitalism and imperialism. They have been the professors at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, India, and their latest joint book from 2021 is called Capitalism and Imperialism, Theory, History, and the Present. Warm welcome to Utsa Patnaik and Prabhat Patnaik, who are joining us via Zoom link due to visa problems, which is like one of the moments when theory still meets the harsh realities of imperial geopolitical partitions. Tell me when they're on.
Can you pull this table? I don't want to get this curtain beside me.
Utsa?
No, it's okay.
Utsa, can you hear me?
And the curtain is unavoidable. Can you put this up completely?
Okay. Yeah. Utsa? They say in the chat that they can hear us, so they can start to speak. Are you ready in the back? No?
That's all right. That doesn't matter. How does it matter? Such a formal thing. Let me first start by thanking the organizers of this important event for inviting us to speak to you on colonialism and imperialism. Even though the name there is probably Prabhat Patnaik, I'm using his laptop, but this is Utsa Patnaik speaking. When we talk about colonialism and imperialism, at the outset, it is important to make a distinction between colonies of conquest and colonies of settlement. The colonies of settlement, like in North America, Australia, South Africa, and so on, were regions where the Europeans migrated in large numbers and settled there. Whereas in the colonies of conquest, the process was very different. There, the Europeans basically conquered existing populations and exploited them. The colonies of settlement went on to become junior partners, in a sense, of the metropolitan power. And later on, of course, the United States of America became the world capitalist leader, supplanting Britain. In the colonies of conquest, the brutality of exploitation by the metropolitan powers was legendary. For example, in the Congo, in the territories which were controlled personally by King Leopold, during 1884 to 1908, the local male inhabitants were forced to give unpaid labor for collecting natural rubber, while their families were held as hostages. Those workers who were considered to be recalcitrant had their right hands cut off, which were then put on permanent display in order to discipline the remaining workers. The complete disruption of the small producer rural economy in Belgium-controlled Congo later on precipitated famine, in which the population of 20 million is estimated to have halved in less than 3 decades to only about 10 million. Under the economic system of capitalism that is motivated solely by the profit motive, by making money, moral considerations seem to have become redundant and were readily jettisoned. Imperialism is inherent in the money form itself that dominates the capitalist mode of production, and a study of history shows us that it reduces its agents to veritable monsters of amorality. Belgium was far from unique in committing atrocities against local populations in Africa. Germany, as a late industrializing power, made its determined thrust for acquiring colonies from the last 2 decades of the 19th century. And particularly in Namibia, it used both enslavement of local workers and genocide of peoples considered to be insufficiently cooperative in relation to its policies. The concentration camps it set up in Namibia before the First World War to stamp out local resistance, of which the largest was a death camp, are widely regarded as providing the blueprint for the concentration and death camps set up a mere quarter century later under Nazism in Germany. The entire economic motivation and the psychology of brutality has to be investigated in greater detail. The British were perhaps the most clever amongst the imperialist powers, for while they too decimated many millions of people in India who were subjected to repeated famines, in the main this was not done through the method of direct genocide using visible and crude military force. In the main, as befitted the home of political economy, it was done through non-transparent, clever economic and financial methods of exploitation that oppressed the people severely and killed millions through starvation, but whose mechanism remained invisible and obscure, not only to the general public, but to most academics as well to this day. The mechanism consisted in operating surplus budgets every year for 180 years, whereby a very large fraction, averaging at least 1/3 of the budgetary revenues raised through taxation and product monopolies, was not spent in the normal manner within the country, but was used to pay out local currency, that is rupees, against the export surplus earnings of the local producers, from whom the taxes had been collected in the first place. So while appearing to be paid, they were not actually paid. All the gold and foreign exchange earned from their export surplus went straight into the British treasury. Now, why was it necessary to conquer these people at all? The main reason, it was not the only one, we put forward in the books we have written together, A Theory of Imperialism and Capital and Imperialism, is the extremely poor primary sector endowments in the northern temperate lands, that is in Europe and in North America. These countries have, to this day, only one growing season in the year. In winter, the ground is frozen and cannot grow anything. Tropical countries, on the other hand, produced at least two crops a year. And in regions which had adequate moisture, they could produce up to 3 crops a year. Even basic food grains, the staple food, was in short supply in Europe. And in late medieval periods, we have recorded cases of community cannibalism when crops failed in successive years. Access to tropical biodiversity and tropical botanic diversity overcame this for Europeans. But even though they carried out trade at gunpoint, because the inhabitants of these lands really had no reciprocal demand for their products, as long as these countries were not colonized, these people were not under direct colonial rule, they had to pay for their import deficit with silver. So there was a continuous outflow of silver from Britain to India, for example, from the Netherlands to Java, and so on. Forcible acquisition of political control put an end to this, because then locally raised taxes, in the case of India and other Asian colonies, and slave rent in the case of the Caribbean meant that imports that these countries made from the tropical areas were not paid for at all. They were obtained completely free because they no longer created any external liability for the metropolitan countries. Not a single estimate exists in the economic literature of the benefit to the metropolitan countries of their obtaining a huge supply of tropical goods, which they could never produce at all, completely free. And in this context, I should mention also that the theorization of trade is extremely inadequate, because Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage, which continues to be taught not only in northern universities, but in developing countries to this day, even though it is 200 years old, contains a very fundamental fallacy, a material fallacy, which renders it incorrect, because the basic assumption on which Ricardo reached the conclusion that trade was necessarily, that specialization according to comparative cost and trade was necessarily beneficial for the countries engaging in trade, this basic assumption was that all countries could produce all goods. So there is a material fallacy, an incorrect statement of fact. In fact, this trade became had extremely adverse results for the colonized regions, to which I will come in a moment. But it was of great benefit to the metropolitan powers. For example, during the period of industrial revolution in Britain, the first phase of industrial revolution, when it got started from roughly 1780 to 1810, these first 30 years, I estimate on the basis of British trade data that about 6% of British GDP was accounted for by the import of free wage goods and raw materials. And if you take the British economists' estimate of their domestic savings, then these free transfers of wage goods and raw materials amounted to about 80% of domestic savings. So in effect, the domestic investment rate was practically doubled through the colonial transfers. And it is very doubtful indeed if the Industrial Revolution in Britain would have taken place at all without these transfers. Later on, in the course of the 19th century, when the British Crown, the British government, took over the rule of India directly from the East India Company, it followed a more complex financial method of exploitation, because by now Indian goods and Asian goods generally were going to all parts of the world directly. They were no longer routed through British ports. So the linchpin of this new financial system of exploitation was the Secretary of State for India in Council, the second most important minister in the British cabinet, who invited all foreign importers of Indian goods, including importers from the continent, like Germany and France, importers from the United States, and so on, to deposit their payment in gold and sterling for their imports from India with him, in London, with the Secretary of State. And in exchange, he issued a bill of exchange called the Council Bill, which was payable only in rupees. Now, this bill of exchange was then sent by the importers to the Indian exporting houses, who, through the exchange banks, cashed them. And the rupees that they got as the equivalent of the gold and sterling which had been paid in by foreign importers, these rupees continued to come out of the budget. It was paid by the Indian Treasury out of the budgetary funds which were earmarked for expenditure abroad. So the estimate we obtained of this drain from India alone under British rule up to the present day amounts to 12,000 billion pounds sterling. That is 12 trillion pounds sterling. It is unbelievably large. But of course, none of this discussion exists in the northern literature relating to trade and colonialism at all, because it is simply not understood. Let me now come to the most important negative impact on the colonized countries, again taking India as an example, because that is a country where we have done extensive research. The most important negative impact was that the diversion of land and resources in these colonies towards export crops, which the metropolitan powers could never produce themselves, but which constituted an increasing fraction of their increasingly diverse consumption baskets of their populations. This led to this kind of diversion of land and resources to export crops, led to a steep decline in the production and availability of food grains, the staple food grains for the local populations. That is, their standard of nutrition necessarily declined. Now, this theoretically would not have happened if there had been a very high rate of investment to raise productivity. But of course, the colonizing rulers, the imperialist rulers, did not care what was happening to the nutritional standard of local populations. As we have seen, it was a system which was brutal. It was openly brutal in the beginning and in the case of the late industrializers, but it was equally brutal in the case of the British, who operated it through financial mechanisms. Because there was a steep decline, for example, between 1900 and independence in India. The per capita food grains absorption of the local population went down from 200 kilograms annually to only 136 kilograms by 1946. The 136 kilograms is a level which we do not find even in the poorest, least developed countries today. So it was really a situation of reducing a population to starvation by not investing in raising productivity, but in diverting more and more of the tropical land and resources to actually meet the demands of the metropolitan countries. And remember, this is not something which belongs to the past. This is not a matter of history, because no amount of investment under capitalism has been able to change the climate. Cold temperate countries in which the industrialized northern countries are located in the cold temperate regions of the world, to this day are not capable of producing, because of climatic reasons, of producing tropical crops. Germany can never produce coffee. England can never produce sugarcane. North America cannot produce coffee or sugarcane in adequate amounts. So the metropolitan north, the industrial north, is heavily dependent on imports from the global south to this day. And today it has been happening, it has been having exactly the same consequence as in the colonial period. There was a brief period after independence when India and other developing countries tried to cordon off their economies from the destabilizing effects of global trade. And India, for example, managed to raise the nutritional standard of its own population. It raised its basic food grains availability from 137 kilograms to roughly about 185 kilograms or so by 1990. But then the inception of neoliberal economic reforms, which is basically a process which I call an economic recolonization of the global south. The policies of neoliberalism again led to an enormous contraction of government spending, of public expenditure, particularly in agriculture. It led to forcible opening up of the global south to trade. And immediately from the 1990s onwards, the per capita food grains output and availability started falling in my own country, in India. And not only in India, we find the same phenomenon in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. We find the same phenomenon in Latin American countries, which have been opened up to global trade under neoliberal policies. We find a steep decline in the food security of local populations. And to this day, the World Trade Organization and developed country governments, the United States governments, the governments of the OECD countries, particularly the Western European countries, have been continuously pressurizing the countries of the global south to give up their own very meager provisions of providing food security to their own populations. So I would like to wind up my presentation by emphasizing, and this is a matter which cannot bear overemphasizing, because it is something which is completely ignored in all the literature relating to trade and investment, not only from mainstream theorists, but even on the left. That is, those economists and historians who are on the political left themselves are completely unaware of, they never talk about the cost to the global south of this continuation of this kind of international division of labor, which I call really neo-colonial exploitation, which is a continuation in new forms of the exploitation that existed in a period of direct political control. And it has been leading to a substantial rise in poverty in the global south. And incidentally, there is an enormous degree of intellectual dishonesty involved in the theorization of what has been happening, both in the case of history, where, as we have seen, Ricardo's theory, which is completely wrong and contained at its heart a very simple material fallacy, continues to be taught to this day to even students in the global south. And nobody recognizes that it is a fallacious theory, that in fact, specialization did not, and trade did not lead to benefit, but to led to deep distress in the countries which were forced to do so through direct use of direct political power. Even to this day, the entire theorization of the question of poverty is totally intellectually dishonest. That is, the theorization and the estimates which are given to us annually by the World Bank, by the governments of every country in the world, including China, which has recently claimed that China has reached a level of zero poverty. These are based on an academically and logically indefensible method of counting the poor by giving up the standard according to which poverty is measured. That is, over time, the initial standard, which was a minimum nutritional standard in terms of calorie intake per capita, that has been quietly given up. And neither governments, a single government in the world, nor does the World Bank actually use its own nutritional standard anymore. Rather, what they simply do is to price index a 30 to 40-year-old cost of a basket of commodities which met people's needs 30 to 40 years ago, but they simply price index that. They do not ask the question, does it continue to meet the nutritional needs of populations today? And in fact, it does not. In India, for example, the nutritional intake which you can get at the official poverty line is so low. In most states of India, it is below 1,500 calories per capita per day, which will not allow a person to do any kind of serious labor. So there is growing poverty, there is growing undernutrition, but all this has been completely not only ignored, but the opposite claims are being made by governments and by the World Bank. Now, I have reached the limit that I was given for my presentation, which is 20 minutes. Thank you very much for listening so patiently, and I will be happy to take questions later on or discussion if there is any. And I will hand over now to Prabhat Patnaik for the next 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this very important conference. Utsa just now mentioned the distinction between colonies of conquest and colonies of settlement. This distinction, one to which metropolitan capitalism projects itself, one to which metropolitan capitalism itself, spreads, one that is, as it were, shaped in the image, exact image, the replica of metropolitan capitalism, the other that is actually slotted into the framework of capitalism, essentially as a primary producer, raw material producer, and so on. This dichotomy is one of the real features of contemporary imperialism. The topic which we had been asked to, or which we had suggested, is the specificity of modern imperialism. One important specificity of modern imperialism is this dichotomy. This dichotomy perpetuates itself, including to this day, as I will argue later, namely that the regions to which capitalism, in which capitalism replicates itself, regions in which it alters in keeping with its own image. And there are other regions, other groups, other social groups who are linked to capitalism, but they're linked to capitalism in a way that absolutely impoverishes them. I think the point which Utsa was making about absolute impoverishment is an extremely important point. Now, I will just give you some figures to establish how this dichotomy has been a perennial feature of capitalism and, of course, through the operation of contemporary imperialism. There is an estimate which is made by Professor Shirin Musvi of per capita income in Mughal India for the year 1575 and per capita income in real terms in British India for the year 1910. You find that there was actually a marginal decline in per capita real income between 1575 and 1910. This is the average for the country as a whole. So if you look at the condition of the working people, then those conditions must have actually worsened to a significant extent. Similarly, as Utsa pointed out, the per capita availability of food grains very sharply declined. The mechanism of this process of impoverishment, this process of absolute impoverishment, arises from the fact, as she said, that there are large numbers of crops, of agricultural products, which are required in the metropolitan countries, which are required by the needs of growing capitalism, expanding capitalism, but on the other hand, there is no corresponding increase in land area to produce these products. Therefore, these products, which are the products of the tropical and subtropical regions of the world, are obtained through compressing the absorption of the local population, and this occurs through a process of income compression. So the exercise of income compression on the one hand, together with the exercise of the replication of capitalism, the spread of capitalism on the other, constitute the two features, the two notable features of modern imperialism. They stand in sharp contrast to any imperialism we have come across in the past, whether it's Rome or whatever. Now, this is something which occurs even to this day. As a matter of fact, as was argued earlier, there was a brief period during which decolonization had happened, and decolonization basically meant that the post-colonial state, in a sense, delinked itself from this kind of imperialist relationship, delinked itself from the operations of global imperialism, modern imperialism, and having delinked itself, then it raised domestic crop production. It carried out what I would call land augmenting practices. That means practices that, even though the physical amount of land does not increase, actually raise the productivity per acre, raise the degree of multiple cropping, because of which it is as if there is an increase in land size, even though there is no actual physical increase in land area. I call that land augmenting practices, including land augmenting technical progress. For instance, irrigation is a land augmenting practice because it allows multiple cropping. Irrigation also allows the use of high yielding varieties of seeds and so on. So there was a period after independence, after decolonization, in which various domestic governments that came into being after decolonization carried out land augmenting practices, because of which there was an improvement in the consumption, availability, absorption of food grains for their local population. Some figures have been quoted before. But what happens with neoliberalism is that land augmentation comes to an end. Neoliberalism operates in a manner which is not immediately clear. That manner lies in the fact that under neoliberalism, we have nation states confronting globalized or international capital. Today, when we look at the world, capital is international. Capital is globalized. It is here in India today. It might go to Pakistan tomorrow. It might go to Poland day after tomorrow. It can go to Indonesia the day after that, and so on. In fact, at the drop of a hat, with one telephone call, you can have movements of billions of dollars across the globe. So capital is globalized. Capital is international. But international capital actually confronts the nation state. The states are not global, the states are nation states. Now, this confrontation of globalized capital with nation states implies that the nation state willy-nilly is compelled to retain what is called the confidence of the investors, which basically means to pursue policies so that finance does not leave your shores, does not go to some other country, precipitating a crisis here. Therefore, effectively, in contemporary capitalism, what the governments do, this is true of all governments, but particularly I'm concerned with third world governments. What the governments do is essentially pursue the policies liked by finance, as long as you remain linked to this system of global financial flows. Now, this shows, for instance, I mean, it has very deep implications for democracy. If you have the same economic policies being pursued, no matter who comes to power, if it is the case that a change in government does not bring about any change in economic policies, then effectively you have substituted the sovereignty of the people by the sovereignty of globalized finance. That globalized finance is outside the purview of control of the nation state. Therefore, firstly, the state, the nation state, and the government of the nation state loses its autonomy. And secondly, what you have is, at the first sign of an inflationary development, you have restrictive policies, you have policies curtailing government expenditure, policies curtailing, policies raising interest rates and so on, all of which are policies of austerity whose impact is to cause income compression among the population. The kind of income compression among the population which had occurred in the colonial period through the taxation system occurs now through the neoliberal policies of austerity, the moment you have demand for a particular commodity rising to a point where prices begin to increase. Of course, you don't have the gratuitous transfer of surplus, what was called the drain, or, as you had in the earlier period, the free availability of goods to the metropolis is something which is not in the same scale as before. But nonetheless, the fact that income compression must actually leave enough which is available of the domestic produce over and above domestic absorption for the requirements of the metropolis, for the growing requirements of the metropolis, that is ensured in a different way. Therefore, neoliberalism entails the reappearance of the old imperial relationship in a modern form, in a form when you do not have direct colonies. Not surprisingly, exactly the same features, particularly, I would say, the same feature of absolute impoverishment is now visible in the neoliberal world as it had been in the colonial world. Let me just give a couple of figures. We calculated the amount of cereal output in the world for triennia, 3 years, take the average annual output over a 3-year period, divided by the population of the mid-year of the triennium, and you get per capita cereal output. Per capita cereal output for the world as a whole in the triennium 1980 to 82 was 355 kilograms. Per capita cereal output between 2000 to 2002, that means 20 years later, had fallen to 343 kilograms, from 355 to 343. We calculated that actually per capita cereal output for the triennium 2016 to 18 was again 344 kilograms. Meanwhile, substantial amount of grain is now diverted for ethanol production. As a result, per capita cereal output, and therefore food grain output, that is available for the consumption of the working people in the third world must have undergone a fairly sharp decline. Therefore, from the period in which neoliberalism entrenches itself, that is the period of 1980s onwards, you have once more the process of increase in absolute impoverishment, certainly the process of increase in nutritional poverty. And we are very particular that it is absolute impoverishment. No amount. You see, there is a lot of problem which arises when this dichotomy is missed. For instance, a lot of British economic historians say that look at Britain's relationship with colonies. What are you talking about? And in colonies, they include United States, Canada, Australia, India, West Indies, and so on. Obviously, if you take this ragbag category in which you lump together colonies of conquest with colonies of settlement, then you get a picture which actually does not show you exactly the truth about the operations of imperialism. Likewise, today, when you're talking, for instance, a lot of talk about the growth of GDP in India. Of late, of course, it has slowed down. In fact, neoliberalism itself has run into a dead end, because of which the world's growth rate has slowed down. But the point is, if you look at the period of globalization, the period of neoliberal policies, a lot of people say, look at a country like India. It's having an average GDP growth rate of about 8%. And therefore, what are you talking about? The world is now changing, in which imperialism is no longer a relevant category. But what that misses is that, yes, there is, as I mentioned, the replication of capitalism, that capitalism is replicating itself in a part of India, but on the other hand, it is also true that another substantial part of India is getting absolutely impoverished. Therefore, it is important always to bear this in mind in looking at statistical pictures. All this talk about millions being raised out of poverty is completely erroneous in our view. And of course, the argument has been put forward earlier. So these two features of imperialism, namely, on the one hand, there's a replication of capitalism in newer segments, newer sectors, newer areas, and on the other hand, there's an absolute impoverishment of the population over large tracts of the world, even as this replication takes place. And these two, when they are combined within the same geographical boundaries, often create analytical errors on the part of those who are looking at it. These two features are manifesting themselves even to this day. As a matter of fact, I shall end with this last point that I mentioned, that there is a tendency under neoliberalism for the world's growth rate to have slowed down, and this includes the advanced countries themselves. Now, among the advanced countries, there is a tendency now, particularly in the context of the pandemic, but that is continuing even in the case of the United States, of enlarging the government's fiscal spending, that the governments are beginning to spend more. And of course, this has manifested itself in terms of a global upsurge in inflation, as you all know. But the point is, the governments are beginning to spend more. To what extent this continues and so on is a matter which I shall not go into. That's a question of speculating about the future. But fundamentally now, the IMF, for instance, tells governments of the advanced countries that austerity is no good. Austerity, which they had been recommending all these years, now they're saying it's no good. In fact, you have to spend more in order to get your economies out of the morass of unemployment and so on in which these economies are stuck. But at the same time, an analysis of about 85 countries, third world countries, countries of the global south, which went to the IMF over the last couple of years in order to obtain loans from the IMF to roll over their debt. As you know, many of them are in debt, and because of the fall in their exchange earnings during the pandemic, they have not been able to repay this debt or even to service this debt, because of which they've been forced to go to the IMF. In every one of those 85 cases, the IMF has recommended austerity. Therefore, you have these double standards, and the double standards are a reflection of the dichotomy that I was talking about. That it is possible that you would have a situation where one part of the world, the global north, the advanced countries, would in some sense recover from the current crisis, but by pushing the burden of inflation control onto the shoulders of the global south, onto the shoulders of the third world countries. So it's very important to see the specificities of modern imperialism, to look out for the specificities of modern imperialism, both in terms of the dichotomy that it generates and the absolute impoverishment that it imposes on one segment of this dichotomy, namely the segment consisting of the working people, peasants, workers, craftsmen, fishermen, and so on, of the global south, particularly of the tropical and the subtropical regions. The fact that imperialism pushes them into greater and greater absolute poverty is one of its most specific features, which you do not find in any earlier period, but which is really a specificity of modern imperialism. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much for your talk. I should say that we had the podcast before, me with Utsa Patnaik and Prabhat Patnaik, so I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I would ask Anselm first if he has questions or comments. If not, you do or you don't?
Maybe as while you are, formulating your questions, I'd just be interested if both of you could maybe share with us a little bit your thoughts about the politics of data and your own handling or sources, your own handling of your sources, and because it's of such a centrality to the analysis you have presented to us. So where do you get the data from? What do you revise? How do you relativize it and put it into the larger perspective?
I don't think they heard us.
It doesn't seem.
Can
like
you hear us?
Yes.
So, Prabhat, did you hear my question about the politics of data and your use of the sources that you employ in your analysis? It seems like my voice has been... Okay, we seem to have some...
We seem to not be able to hear you.
No,
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you hear the question?
No.
You couldn't, okay.
Yeah, could you please tell us the questions?
Okay, sorry.
So try it because
I don't remember. I don't remember what Anselm asked.
I'll just try to repeat it. No, I was just interested in you sharing a little bit about your use of sources, especially in terms of statistics, historical statistics, and the larger question of the politics of data, because you've obviously done a lot of work on framing IWF data, World Bank data, etc. So it would be interesting, I guess, for us to hear a little bit about how you're working with these statistics and the politics of data at large. Did you hear me now?
Well, okay. We'd just like to make one point, that it is very important if we are talking about a new politics of liberation, then in our view, it becomes important for the global South, or, to de-link itself from the process of globalization. I know that there is a very strong view in the global North, particularly in the left, that look, globalization after all is some form, maybe it's a bourgeois form of internationalism. How can you de-link yourself? Because that means pulling yourself out of a certain international arrangement and a retreating into nationalism. Now, I believe, and so does Utsa, that actually there are no international working class movements at this moment. To wait for a global revolution to liberate yourself from the global dominance of finance capital is like waiting for to infinity. There's no global peasant movement, because of which it becomes important in particular countries where the movement of workers and peasants becomes strong enough to have a government which is intent on change, like in many Latin American countries now. And these countries, in order to have the authentic capacity of bringing out improvements in the conditions of the people, to de-link themselves from the process of global financial flows. And this de-linking is something which must not be mistaken for a retreat into a chauvinistic nationalism, because of the fact that the term nationalism itself has to be understood in a differentiated manner. The nationalism that actually gave rise to imperialism in Western Europe, or that, like Eric Maria Remarque's novel, All Quiet in the Western Front, the kind of nationalism that was articulated in that novel as underlying the sort of imperialism of the European strands of imperialism is quite different from anti-colonial nationalism. Therefore, we cannot use the term nationalism in a loose way. And your question about the politics of the current era, therefore, to my mind, and Utsa, if she's going to add something, would be that we have to delink ourselves from this and also raise food grain production in the third world.
No, I don't have much to add to what Prabhat has said, except to emphasize the importance of theoretical ideological struggle. Because in my view, there has been a failure of the political left everywhere, a failure to understand what colonialism and imperialism actually meant. There's been no adequate theorization of that at all. And in the current conjuncture, the use of completely non-analytical, completely descriptive terms like nationalism being used as a dirty word. People say there is right-wing populism and left-wing populism, which is a kind of nonsensical use, non-analytical use of the term populism. There is just simply no rigor in terms of theoretical analysis. And there's been comprehensive failure also on the part of the political left, because the biggest criticisms we got for our propositions actually did not come from the political right. It really came from the North American and European political left. So, as Prabhat was saying, we have to stop using nationalism as a dirty word. In the European context, it is understandable because probably it got identified with National Socialism. But the European nation states came into being under very different circumstances. They were basically linguistic states, one nation, one language. Now, the situation in a country like India is completely different. Ours is a state with at least 18 major languages. It is actually a union of people with very diverse languages, very diverse cultures even. And the anti-imperialist struggle is what forged this alliance. So talk about Indian or Chinese nationalism in the same breath as European nationalism is just an extremely unrigorous and, way of using terms. So I think the whole thing, whole question has to be looked at from the point of view of developing concepts which adequately capture the movement of historical reality rather than sinking into purely descriptive terms which obscure the nature of the struggle, which do not allow us to see the nature of the struggle which is necessary for overcoming the current ills of the present dispensation.
Thank you. We have a question from the floor now. I hope you can hear it. You have to nod or shake your head if you don't.
Can you hear me? Should I go ahead? Just come here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. Sorry about that. I hope you can hear me. My name's Amy Basu. I'm a political economist, and so I'm a big fan of your work. I wanted to ask Utsa, if I may, to elaborate a little bit upon the fallacious nature of the Ricardian paradigm, because I recall when we were taught this in economics class, we discussed the fact that it actually does not lead to comparative relative gains in both the countries that are trading, but the reason it was justified is that because it leads to net sum gain from trade, which to me seems rather unjust, but I see that also reflected in the current globalist argument of the global value chain. But to me, it just replicates the sort of class exploitation correspondence principle because of the marginal value that each country and each specialization adds just does not lead to a corresponding gain in value. So I was wondering if you had anything to speak about that. You couldn't hear any of that. Oh God, okay.
No, I'm sorry, the sound was not very good. Could someone just give us a very brief précis of
Okay,
exactly what?
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm asking about the global value chains.
Yes.
And
Sorry.
how they reproduce the old colonialist policies of specialization that only serves a different class.
You know, there is, I mean, as we were suggesting, that of course the old colonialism and contemporary imperialism are different in many ways. One obvious difference is that in the old colonialism, you simply took away the products of the country free because those products were purchased with the tax revenue gathered from the country's people themselves. So you simply bought up those products with the tax revenues collected from the people and took them away. That was a sheer appropriation without any quid pro quo of the products of the third world, of the colonies. Marx actually came to recognize this much later. This does not figure in Capital, but Marx wrote a letter in 1881 to Danielson, who was the Narodnik economist, in which he actually discusses this very process. 1881, 2 years before his death. So the point is that he came to realize it very late in life. But the point is that today you don't have that process of taking away products gratis, but the process of income compression continues even to this day. And this is something that we tried to say, that fundamentally modern imperialism, which means post decolonization imperialism and the colonial imperialism are not at all identical. I mean, there are differences. The only features where they converge are really the features where, as we said, there is an absolute impoverishment of the working population, together with the fact that that there is a lateral spread of capitalism, new segments. So those are the two basic features that we emphasize as characterizing modern imperialism. But on the other hand, there are differences between these two phases. I'm almost certain that I've not been able to answer the specific question you raised, but that's because I did not exactly catch it.
I will email you with the question.
Yes, I would like to make clear that the modern imperialism also uses ideological modes of drawing in the ruling elites of countries in the global south into its agenda. And that is why the theoretical ideological struggle is very important, because these policies which benefit the global north at the expense of the normal mass of the population, working population of the global south, are being implemented today by so-called independent governments, which have completely internalized the false theories which are being propagated by the interested, as it were, ruling classes in the global north. So that is one important point, that you have the integration of the elites of developing countries into a globalized kind of elite. They are deliberately being integrated, and they pursue policies which have very adverse implications for their own populations, because they no longer identify with their own populations. They're part of a globalized elite. And the second point is that this income compression which took place through direct taxation and extraction of slave rent earlier is now being done through governments being told that you must not invest in development in your own countries, that you have to withdraw from development, leave everything to the market. That is the hallmark of neoliberal policy, but it has exactly the same impact of income compression. And thirdly, because the advanced countries can no longer get goods completely free, they are trying their best to, or the ruling classes in advanced countries, the normal, ordinary population knows nothing about it. The ruling classes try their best to get these goods as cheaply as possible. And therefore, exchange rate policy is very important. There is continuous pressure on developing countries to devalue their currencies. And there is no objective basis for this. It is not as though the economic fundamentals in countries like India or other developing countries are any worse than in advanced countries. But first, they're told that you have to import capital. For example, India does not need to import capital and pay high interest rates because our current account deficit is pretty low. We don't need to have capital flowing in. But first, we are told that we have to import capital. And then the ruling classes succumb to this in our country. And then we are told that there will be capital flight because your economy is in a bad state. You must devalue your currency. Okay. So governments very foolishly devalue their currencies. I will give you a very simple comparison. At the time of independence, $1 could be bought for 3 Indian silver rupees. Presently, $1 can be bought only for 75 rupees in India. That is, the value of the rupee today has been pushed down to 4% of the value it had during independence. But for 150 years before that, it was rock steady. It was kept rock steady because it was to the benefit of the exploiting country, Britain, that it should be kept steady because they got all the foreign exchange earnings that we had. But now it is to the benefit of the United States, of Germany, of other continental countries that not only the Indian rupee, but other currencies in the global south should be continually devalued so that our products, even though they're not completely free, become cheaper and cheaper in terms of your currencies. So these are the new methods, which are being used, which are non-transparent. In fact, even the old methods apparently were quite non-transparent because I do not find a realistic analysis of the mechanisms of colonial exploitation anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm told we are over time, so we will have to go to break. I will refer any further questions that the audience might have to the podcast that we have on the website of AKV that was just uploaded. And I will thank and wish Utsa Patnaik and Prabhat Patnaik a very nice weekend. And we apologize for you not being able to be with us here and enjoy the break with us. I do hope you do have a nice weekend, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will resume at 5. We have now a 20-minute break.
Please take your seats. We're going to proceed. Excellent. Welcome back. Extremely happy and excited to introduce our next speaker, Kerstin Starkemeyer, who's also a dear colleague. But despite that, I'll just, because of this ceremonial code, just use the introduction that we have in the program. So Kerstin is a professor for art theory and mediation at the Academy of Fine Art in Nuremberg and works mostly in collaborations, among others, for the exhibition project Illiberal Arts 2021, which we did together at Haus der Kulturen der Welt. Universal Receptivity, also from 2021, a book and website project together with Bill Dietz. Since 2017, she has been involved in exhibitions and the magazine Class Languages, together with Manuela Ammer, Eva Birkenstock, Jenny Nachtigall and Stephanie Weber, some of whom are also with us today. Her monograph Entgrenzter Formalismus, Verfahren einer antimodernen Ästhetik was published by B-Books in 2017, and those of you who crave for her writings to be published in English, there's a forthcoming book. At some point. Soon. Kerstin.
Okay. Hello. Thank you. Also, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be at a conference where the only thing you think is like, I want to hear everybody else. So I'll get over with this. Poetic deep production. In autumn 2021, Ligia Lewis premiered Still Not Still at Hebel am Ufer in Berlin. A 95-minute long choreography for 7 performers who are addressing one another throughout the play by their first names. Damien, on his knees, Justin, Jolie, Cassie, Corey, Bogie, and Darius, who you see in the back. Throughout, we see them dying. This is what their elan is, an undead energy which they share but are differentiated by in a brightly yellow-colored but rarely lit dog park meets Wrightsville scenery. Their living and dead forms are irresolutely tethered without relations to be realized. They are deadly to one another and to themselves. Repeatedly, they address the audience, together tonelessly, yearning for help. The performers who pass as white, individually articulating that help would be needed or embodying their death as an unending cry. The non-white performers rather explaining their death to the audience or laughing at them, refusing to explain their life's death. Then again, this is just the address of a majority white audience at Haus. Difference on stage is not flattened. It is mutually replayed, a non-white difference, seen, as Lewis says, through a black lens. The dying lament, but even though their unmodern aesthetic mannerisms are at play with no unclear ending, the end is unending. Cassie, Botie, and Corey demonstrate their death, commenting, "I know my fate." But Cassie's later melodramatic onset is told off by the others. Right after, Jolie takes over the stage and addresses the audience.
come, 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 come closer. Ah, no, come. I'm probably supposed to tell you something more than you already know. Like how tomorrow is going to be something like today. If it's already happened yesterday, that's what killed me.
Starting 2021, Emily Wardell has been working with Misremembered Bones. Its first form appeared in a solo exhibition, Bassness, at Rialto 6 in Lisbon earlier this year. Here, Wardell related works dating back to 2007 towards a phantom. On two conflated floors, 3 films were shown in a blackened room, a whitened gallery, and a narrow corner, and with a landing, which we see here as their axis, painted in broad yellow, red, and blue, black and white brush strokes, and hanging giant triangle from the ceiling. The 3 films were Night for Day from 2020. No, move. Okay. The Pips from 2010, and Six Arena and Drags and Wreck of 2007. One staircase down from the landing, Misremembered Bones Chapter 1 was installed, a field of 3D printed bones on a cloth, fragments of a skeleton of a misrecognition. The photographer Luigi Ghiri misremembered a short story by J.G. Ballard titled The Drowned Giant, in which a giant human is being washed up on the shores of the Atlantic. Ghiri misremembered this human as a whale, making himself akin to the townspeople in Ballard's fiction, who pass on the same misremembrance on and on over generations. Misremembered Bones Chapter 2, a 12-minute film of this year, there this photographic misrecognition is taken up for its violent figuration from the skeleton out. The 3D prints return in the final scene of a series of episodes in which 4 dancers, 2 twin brothers, a third man, and a woman are acting out on each other in a series of almost identical, generic, mirrored hotel rooms. Bounce off. One of the twin brothers, a black man, takes his own breath to deflate to the floor, while violently still standing in his brother's body in the next room. Bereft of their bones, the dancers' mutual and entirely mute violence is inhumane. No juridical verdict applies, yet we cannot but misrecognize the figures of assault. Wardell takes out the bones, the carriers of past trauma, and present use and play and violence come falling into one. are going to run through... can we stop? Stop. Thank you. Lewis and Wallert's imageries are going to run through what follows until I return to them in the end. So again, poetic deproduction. And start again. Thank you.
Surfaces, they go round and round, fall on the ground. Facts are simply perceptions and surfaces, they go round and round, fall on the ground. Facts, 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 so many facts, 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 facts.
Poetic language doesn't read straight. It is infrastructurally inadequate, communicatively challenged. It figures states of frustration. But the suspension of this disaffection that lets more infrastructurally apt communication ceaselessly discharge, be it managerial mediation, scientific safeguarding, proprietary patrimony, or marital mimicry, is me, or you, or us, merely putting words between us and the matter that we are disaffecting, the matter of fact that we are frustrating. Our communication figures our commerce. It is me indulging in an infinite testamentary succession of affective fixations, forestalling forever the terms of our material provisionings. Effortlessly racializing, sexuating, abling, making man a fact all the way. This was and will be the intimacy of infrastructural de-differentiation, an exchangeability that is aesthetically animated by waves of metaphorical language. Metaphors, a tidal influx of glorified conformities. An economic fluency that presents as lively, as engaging, because it expunges the frustration it delivers the unlike to. Disaffected states, misremembered bones acting out, phantoms still not still, figures suspended from plots. All of them frustrated in sharing and frustrated in receiving, all of them carefully and carelessly unworking and unworked. I do love symbolism. It is disaffected to the point of disbelief. It lives in a landscape of unworkable impurity, tethered to discharges of perversions otherwise utilized as nature. The derelict emblems of love, death, play, and violence symbolism shoots up are divining an impossible, moribund, heterosexually fucked whiteness. What's not to like? Symbolism's ecstasy, as Karl Schöpfer has argued, implies a confession of impurity and a monstrous discharge of ambiguity. Sex is unworked, it's fucked. Male androgynes and female hermaphrodites caught in playing deproduction. Within the European tradition, what much of the more dignified realisms of the mid-19th century share with these dissociative symbolisms of the late 19th century is their aesthetic genetics in the romanticism of the late 18th century. The GDR philologist Klaus Träger, ignoring symbolism, because he couldn't care less, observed that in its early romantic rise, the heroic illusion of producing a world of reason, as it were, on a right through human creative force par excellence for which poetry stood as the paradigm, not primarily through labor, was gradually replaced by frustration, romanticism, and criticism, bourgeois realism. The colonial endeavor of forcing a world of reason engendered a poetic subject of romantic humanization whose frustration is not least that the dehumanizing terms of labor that imperially de-differentiated life in the colonies are coming back for him. His interiority cannot work. Its romantic frustration sees its universal reach violated. As Xine Yao paraphrases Lisa Lau, such sentimentalism is part of the logic of transnational intimacies of empire that draw together black enslavement, indigenous dispossession, and Asian indentured servitude across seemingly disparate geographies as the material condition for the usual effective personal sense of intimacies that produce the Western liberal subject.
I know my fate. Fucking tragedy.
I see Bogey. I see you. I'm walking down the path. I see Corey. I see Bogey. I look at you again. Right leg. Left leg, right arm, left arm, back there. I'm hanging from a tree. I see Damien hanging from a tree. I see Bogey. I see you seeing us. I know I want to die close to Bogey, so I go down to the floor. I show you my death with the left leg out, the right leg out, 2 hips down into the grave, the right wrist and fist. Left wrist and fist. I have 2 wrists and fist. I put them both down into the grave, slide my knuckles out. I know my thing.
I catch his head, but I don't get it. Left legs, right legs, knee on the ground, left hands, right hands, and I will turn my
Thank you. Sorry. Sari Makdisi goes on to establish against Romanticism, the cultural discourse defining the mutual constitution of the modern imperial metropolitan center and its anti-modern colonies and peripheries, something that is needed, which is a rewriting of cultural difference in terms of the relationship between various pre-modern zones themselves, outside and inside of metropolis, as the distinction between them seemed to fade in the face of modernism's overarching sameness. Flat metropolis, flattened colonies. Realism did object. More novelistic and less poetic, it figured in a more labored manner than what Sylvia Wynter identified as Romanticism's biogenetic élan vital. In painterly and sculptural realism, we encounter iconographies of parochial productive forces denouncing the modern terms of labor in an effort to humanize work itself, to find a critically modern subject in labor, how very socialist, but also how very modernist. The realist subject, be that the worker or the critic, is one very concerned with his humanity and his novelistic plots and properties. So really, realism does bother me. In symbolism, the hysterically masculine white subject of all that romantic imperialism is unmanned, charging work. And also the modern world built by it. Here, what is staged is a European life of ecstatically dying. The symbolist subject's frustration with the real is total. It is not one of access. Frustration is not figuring to be mastered, but to become physical. Sex is unending. Symbolism deproduces itself, an unending tending of unmodern play. Speaking of our present and the master narrative of its incessantly critical legibility, Anselm, who we just saw, recently said at a conference in an effort to confront its universal reach that something has to die, affirmatively. And that something is still the modern romantic, realist, symbolist, us. Gesturing towards white self-abolition, however, does bear the honors of heroic Hegelianism inside out. So maybe something has to be frustrated first, has to be played. And poetry's romantic frustration might return without elan, deep diving into symbolist hopelessness, like Verity Spot. Make me vengeful, strong and gallant, wringing out the lamprey's prey, switch my heart back off again until the blame becomes apparent. Even then, just switch the blame, so long as all of some disdain makes everybody else aberrant.
This is it. This is what we're doing. Right here. Right now. At this very minute. At this second. And it's right here. At this wall. Right here. Right here. It's just this hand up against this wall at this time. And it's right now. And it's now. It's 8:42 at this minute. It's just this white hand up against this white wall. And I'm just a white girl in a white robe. And there's this white man here with this white girl. Together, we are heaven. And it's right here, right now. It's what has to happen. And it has to happen. I want it like this. It's going to be mine. I want it like this. At this very minute, at this second. And it's never gonna happen. Not right here, not right now.
A short stop for a hyperbole. I want poetry's national romantic interiority to die, slowly, playing out resexed prophecies of unworkable differences all the way. And thus, I spread symbolism. Because symbolism cannot really be aesthetically owned. It really isn't great art. It's not even a style. I'm not seeking a better second life under representation where all societal forms get to refigure critically, more critically, suspended within the aesthetic pretension of being invaluable, metaphorically. And so I start attaching some great art to it, contemporary works dedicated to unending us, to unfence them in the hope to make them more available for unending beyond their artistic frames. But this is also about unending me, and I speak from frustration because even if I might be more gay than not, my status to fuck with is legalized and naturalized heterosexual by contract. As I realized with someone close recently, we modern men are really all heterosexual to different degrees. It's the status of our legal sex. And with symbolism, I play on the frustration of that instead of queering myself out of the heterosexual shame. Let's frustrate our national imperial genders. Let's fuck with heterosexuality, because gender autonomy cannot be cis. To use someone else's pathos for a moment, either the potential of species being is realized and we attain full communism, or it is not and we don't. A cisgender heterosexual communism is absurd, impossible. It is also, and firstly, imperial, colonial, modern. Stop, please. Thank you. My and our authorship is above all a legalized form that is applied very differently to bodies depending on their ability to figure as white, as heterosexual, as naturally, nationally, binarily sexed. And to make this juridical form frustrating is really the most personal thing to do. Take it from Misty.
Fallen from a hole out of the body against a wall, I dare you to really see yourself from there. Lose yourself like that. A corner of the room becomes the sky from which to free fall back into a body that doesn't work right. Operate on script. Refuse to deviate. How does one rehearse a smile? Your crazy creative impulses destroy friendships because there is no togetherness in art's individualism. We don't make the most of our time here.
In the case of Misty, it is almost impossible to quote their chapbook, Everybody's Personal Became Political and Language Meant Nothing, without hurting yourself in the process. Realism as violation, romanticism as cisgendered illusion. Symbolism is something Misty doesn't grant. They suspend us, including themselves, as romantic realists.
I might have a lot to lose, but I don't want what is left.
I want what is left. Left of you and left of me. I registered recently how the words I use with those around me who come close started seeping into my writing, often just words. It is my research drifting into seeking, letting their and our words bleed to start outbalancing the academic decency of my convictions, complicate it, nurture the shame, misremembering me with generous help. In my mind, I keep quoting Denny Hayward. That's that. 1. It is easy to feel that there are no good options, but it is difficult to feel passionate for bad ones. 2. The painstaking metamorphosis of bad options that fall below the threshold of good politics goes on slowly and only through the cold fronts of isolating and self-loathing. 3. It is also the only way in which our total situation can evolve to the point at which good options are once again available to be fought for. Symbolism is a bad option, one for me passionately frustrate myself into, and it bears the mark of isolating, turning speaking from whiteness into an isolation, speaking from heterosexuality into an isolation, one that isn't romantic, but tries to engage in a painstaking metamorphosis that is seeping into the violent fluency of a still modern and imperial present that is perpetuating togetherness in metaphors. Exiting metaphor, Simone White adds to herself in a footnote, to my mind, metaphors are a species of joke language. They belong to the rhetoric of irony and always threaten to become sneering because irony refers to a pat-fixed organization of understanding that contains hardly a trace acknowledgement of the symbolic, less of the felt. When I employ any kind of metaphor, I would not believe me. Metaphors make matters ironic, needless to point out irony's romantic origin. This is the fun of a pat-fixed organization of understanding. In the first minutes of Louis Still Not Still, Corey Scott Gilbert sings, as you heard, the sentence facts are simply perceptions and surfaces, they go round and round and fall on the ground. Realism is farewelled, and what is found on the ground is, from where I look at it, playful delusion, Damien, playful revenge, Justin, uncalmable fight, Jolie, an isolated image of femininity, Cassie, classical tragedy, Corey, woman, victim, perpetrator, Bogey, and narcissist grip, Darius. Wardell spoke to me about a documentary on police murders in which death from bone trauma figures, how Rodney King died of the trauma memorized in his bones decades later. Trauma is ancestral because the violence communicating itself in that world of reason remains fluent. Lewis' characters are introducing differentiations destitute of workable fungibility, but they share them, pass them on to one another, unfit them, de-differentiating us, behaving as white audience. Wardell's characters don't know of their difference. They lost their trauma, their bones, and play violent sex are acting on misremembering, making us remember for them, making our gaze feel how portraying them isn't harmless. All the work you saw and heard is a world of trauma, in play, in violence, in sex, in struggle, in laughter. It does not look alike, and its trauma is emphatically incomparable, but it shares a world of unreason. This is a world of unreason, a world of deproduction, and that is not spectacular. It's banal. And art is not the privileged place to see it. It is just a graphic starting point to lure your senses into following into this is a world of unreason. Art has no reason, but if poetic language is expanded towards becoming perceivable in and as all forms of infrastructurally challenged speech, art or not, then it's everywhere to be picked up on. Thank you.
I would kindly ask you to hold your questions for the roundtable. We are going to have like a whole hour for the roundtable discussion with our speakers. And I would now proceed to introduce Zakiya Iman-Jackson, whose talk is going to be called Black Light on the Origin and Materiality of the Image. Zakiya Iman-Jackson is Associate Professor of English and Director of the Center for Feminist Research at the University of Southern California. She's the author of the multiple award-winning book, Becoming Human, Matter and Meaning in an Anti-Black World. Jackson's research explores the literary and aesthetic aspects of Western philosophical and scientific discourse and investigates the engagement of African diasporic literature, film, and visual art with historical concerns, knowledge claims, and rhetoric of Western science and philosophy. Currently, she's working on an upcoming book, Obscure Light, Blackness, and the Derangement of Sex Gender. Welcome, Zakiya.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Cotter, and the entire biennial team. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to everyone who is watching at home. So what I'm going to share is a slightly longer version of a piece of writing that I recently published in the Whitney Biennial Catalog. In the Souls of Black Folk, path-breaking sociologist and Pan-Africanist W.E.B. Du Bois famously described the quagmire of Blackness as that of double consciousness, or a, quote, peculiar sensation of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity, end quote. A contemptuous white gaze has been and continues to be a terrorizing hapticality, an imposing touch that disfigures and effaces rather than reflects. This violating conjunction of seeing and touching is coeval with a Black sensibility that seeks to unearth what defames and pulverizes the flesh and return it to its source, while also considering anew the value and mystery of Blackness, the depths of which cannot be plumbed. Aesthesis is a political matter, such that Black folk have often sought to challenge a mode of representation that mythologizes Blackness as mere absence or lack. There's art making that seeks to transfigure both the void Blackness is thought to represent and a known world whose facts depend on a fiction of Black vacancy. These are works that, in the words of curator Adrian Edwards, quote, are philosophically charged, culturally compounded abstractions and figurations that point to discourse beyond medium and art movements, end quote. Alternately affirming nothing, are tuning into the indeterminacy and incalculability of Blackness, whether Blackness be attributed to person, place, or thing. Such approaches to Blackness critically explore the received terms and limits of representation in the interest of the dissolution of given categories and conceptual forms. This is not to suggest that double consciousness and its deposits can be easily uprooted, but rather that perception and its organization are meaningful and necessarily remain a ground of contestation. This presentation concerns the refractive potentialities of Blackness, as well as its density or fullness that exceed the capture of mimetic representation. It highlights works that critically explore the received terms and limits of representation in the interest of the dissolution of given categories and conceptual forms. Focusing particular attention on Faith Ringgold's Black Light, an American People series, this presentation argues that the myth of Black femaleness is an apparatic prefiguration, an antecedental Blackness that is pivotal for the relay between abstraction and figuration. Black femaleness as image rather than representation acts as a transfer point for movement across the domains of abstraction and figuration in modern art and our social worlds by administering and arranging the legibility and materialization of form and figure. This presentation contributes to an emergent scholarly conversation on the formal properties and capacities of the color Black by challenging the doctrine of just Black, or the espousal of a generic Blackness presumed to be devoid of all trace of prefiguration. Interring with the underexplored role of logics of sex and gender, interring with the unexplored role logics of sex, gender, perform in modalities of abstraction and color theory, this paper repositions Blackness as immeasurable, multidimensional, and a light source in its own right. Historically, visual mediums and techniques have given shape to racialized, sexed, and gendered hierarchies that mythologize embodied differentiation, as well as differences of color. Chiaroscuro, for example, is a form that explicitly mobilizes Black-white as polarity, juxtaposing light and substance. According to Richard Dyer, whether performed by hand using pencil and ink or by the aperture of a camera using celluloid film, chiaroscuro commonly figures white humanity as translucence, privileging the, quote, radiant white face, end quote, often female, and cast as angelic, and obscuring, quote, the opaque Black one, which is at the very least consonant with the perceptual, moral, racial slippages of Western dualism, end quote. Dyer argues that chiaroscuro is a technique used to, quote, discipline, organize, and fix the image, suggesting the exercise of spirit over subject matter, end quote. Thus, chiaroscuro in this mode suggests that Blackness lacks spiritual light. In photography and film, technological bias has often resulted in the phenomenon known as crushed Black, a shadowed area that lacks detail and texture due to underexposure. Crushed Blacks distort and efface what the technical apparatus deems too dark to be perceptible due to film's optimization for lighter skin. Nevertheless, Tavia Youngo asks whether we might value these zones of indistinction for and not in spite of their mystery. Gesturing toward the imperceptible depth of a crushed Black, he maintains that these optical recessions are filled with incommensurabilities and a trace of what is untranslatable from our historical vantage point. At the same time, we might understand the way Kerry James Marshall layers different Blacks on each other as the restoration of line, curve, and dimension to what a crushed Black faces. Drawing our attention to the self-differentiated density of Blackness, as well as providing testament to how Black monochromatic figuration can pose a challenge to anti-Black modes of abstraction and metaphorization of the Black face, The abstract literalness of figure stark blackness in the narrative of Marshall's paintings refracts the distorting racist abstraction that purports to be mimetic verisimilitude. In James Little's Black Painting series, the work's formal qualities make trouble for the figure ground oppositional hierarchies of ontologized race identified by Du Bois. Not only does blackness envelop the entirety of the canvas, black itself takes on manifold values via its immanent self-differentiation and polychromatism. And the finish of the quite literal textural density of layer upon layer of paint on linen. As light passes over Little's glossy alchemy of oil and beeswax, its cascading chevrons recall the motile optical effects of a moire pattern. The searing after image of Little's series is that of blackness's indeterminacy, immutable and unfixed. In the white cube, blackness's indeterminacy is quite literally illuminated. Little's series' waxy black surfaces, by means of blackness, transform the received terms of the flatness of the canvas. In this instance, the level surface plane working with light reveals imperceptible depth, not shallowness, and in doing so unmoors myths of blackness and those that oppose depth and flatness, promulgated by critics such as Clement Greenberg. Blackness's density is also a subject of Faith Ringgold's Blacklight series, which explores close value variation and subtle tonal shifts of blackness as she detailed her figures via gradation, absent white paint. Regarding the series, Ringgold once said, quote, "Against a white background, the color differences between red black, blue black, and brown black, and so on are indistinguishable. All the blacks look alike. I began to realize that such dark colors must be placed next to other equally dark colors in order to see their true surface quality, color value, and depth of contrast," end quote. Denise Ferreira da Silva has used the term blacklight to similarly describe a reading practice whereby ultraviolet decomposes form, emanating an influence of shine. Joy Bolamwini and Timnit Gerbru's analysis of computer vision is instructive for gleaning how the politics of sex difference and gender inform the anti-blackness of visual technology and culture. They demonstrate that while Shirley cards are rarely used in the era of digital photography, darker skin continues to confound in ways that reveal that recent photographic technology is also not value-free, and that computer vision is biased against darker-hued females and trans people in particular. Employed in high-stakes sectors such as law enforcement and healthcare, automated facial image analysis is used for tasks including facial detection, classification, and recognition that are built into most social media platforms, internet search engines, and smartphones. Bolamwini and Gerbru found that these mechanisms perform with the lowest accuracy on darker females and completely fail to register the diversity of trans realities of sex and gender. Extending the racial and gendered logics of comparative anatomy and eugenics, its reading of the surface, hue, and facial geometries prove shallow, as the look of sex and gender are already racially prescribed. Thus, such facial recognition software, trained with biased data, misgenders dark females and trans people via what is so often assumed to be socially neutral, the algorithm. I want to pause here to tarry with the difficulty of conceptualizing accuracy in this context. If accuracy is defined by the conflation of surface effect with truth, then, in fact, there is a gross error, and that this notion of accuracy rests on what a surface comes to mean via its metaphysical mystification, not its endogenous essence. From this perspective, one could very well argue that Bolamwini and Gerbru's findings do excavate a latent truth. The social inscription of sex-gender is fundamentally a racially misogynist logic that constructs Black femaleness as aphoretic, an indeterminacy that does not yield resolution in the face of purported visual evidence of sex. As Sean Michelle Smith puts it regarding the emergence of photographic media and its ability to envision and codify, quote, the photograph literally gave both Black and non-Black middle-class discourses of gender and racialized interiorities of face. It also circumscribed such discourses, framing and delimiting signifying possibilities. As photographs were called upon to signal what race and gender look like, they generated patterns that would dictate future inscriptions of the body and challenges to that knowledge, end quote. Imperceptibility sets limits on all perceptual frames. Thus, one cannot collapse image matter with either materiality or being. The spectacle of realness swallows transness up as it does Blackness. It substantiates via transphobia's racially misogynistic underpinnings. As Eva Hayward succinctly states, observing the implications of trans feminine artist Erica Rutherford's paintings, quote, photography is a naive technology for representing transsexuality, end quote. Because the referentiality of transsexuality cannot be imagistically realized. Photographic logics, or what she calls the photoontic, suggests that photography captures the real and presupposes the photo self as sex. But this is a logic that could never apprehend or represent innermost knowledge and bodily sense. The materiality of embodiment, the body as feeling, sensation, and process of concatenation exceeds photographic representationalism. And the sensual body eludes photographic capture. Eliza Steinbach's groundbreaking shimmering images, trans cinema, embodiment, and the aesthetics of change, in speaking to the pressures of a gender sex system that seeks to make public the so-called truth of a trans person's sex and gendered body via a transphobic common sense, follows Mika Ball when Steinbach argues that visuality itself should be put in the position of being the primary object of study, such that visual studies should not presume it already knows what is visual and what is not, forgetting the profoundly impure act of looking, rife with interpretive framing, complexly mixed media, soliciting synesthetic sense perceptions, and bursting with affect. At the core of my work has been the claim that anti-Blackness's affects and epistemological conditions have fundamentally organized the optical common sense and modern grammar of sex-gender. While Steinbach rightly argues that visual legacies of inscribing gender truths onto the visual body as text can be heard in trans vocabularies such as being read, passing, female impersonator, and masculine presenting, it is crucial to note that such trans vocabularies bear the trace of histories of struggle within and against anti-Black opticality. Their metaphoricity builds on what we presently term African diasporic trans and queer modes of world-making in the midst of terrorizing forms of observation and taxonomizing that anticipate and exceed what Steinbach describes as the clinical demand that the proper performance of transsexuality be defined by, quote, compulsory adherence to white gender norms, end quote. Moreover, the clinic's, quote, compulsory white gender norms, end quote, must be understood as translations of the fungibility of the slave as commodity, to evoke Saidiya Hartman, the thingliness that Horton Spillers terms the flesh, and what I term ontologized plasticization, a racially sexuating semiomaterial entangling inherent to racial science, racial reproductive science, that affects a corporeal problem space that has become synonymous with notions of the void, black hole, and abyss in Black feminist theory, Black feminist queer theory. After all, quote, compulsory white gender norms, end quote, are not simply one set of norms among a parallel array of racially demarcated gender norms, but have and continue to be a racially ontologizing consequence of relational hierarchies that accompany the ongoing past of conquest, enslavement, and imperial expansionism. As Spillers instructs, anti-Black gendering and ungendering in all its aporias is an essential determinant of how gender, whiteness, norms, and certainly white gender norms have come to be represented, known, felt, perceived, disciplined, and regulated. In other words, the exterioceptive ego and proprioceptive ego of whiteness are no less formed by the theater of race than those of Black folk. Like Steinbach's shimmering images, my work seeks to challenge the scientism of observation that expunges the power of the unmarked, unspoken, and unseen, rather than presume that to see is to know, or that the seen self corresponds with the sentient self. I am interested in the historical, perceptual, and epistemological conditions that make a reflected self appear transparent and foster attempts to master opacity and fluctuations in the visual field, which Steinbach terms shimmer. Shimmering, they maintain, suspends epistemological disbelief. If represented as occupying a space marked by sex gender, if darkness and blackness are often sexed as female, are perceived as symbolic of the maternal by a wide range of artists. For example, Wangechi Mutu describes black in the following way, quote, black is the first and very last color of consciousness. Any nascent memory or experience we might have of floating around in our mother's insides, organs hardly existent, eyes, ears, sensory organs minimally developed, it's black and deep purple and murky dark blues that are a backdrop to origination and our first recognition of existence. Blackness surrounds our planet and our universe more than any other color, end quote. In a very different context, a roundtable on the topic of blackness in 1967 that included artists Aldo Tambellini and Michael Snow, musician Cecil Taylor, architect Harvey Cohen, sociologist Arnold Rockman, and influential modernist Ad Reinhardt. Reinhardt readily evoked conflations of blackness with the maternal, perhaps belying his claim that his own monochromatic black paintings were a respite from the demands of narrative and figuration, as well as what he terms symbol, and were instead autonomous or art as art. Quote, I suppose it began with the Bible, in which black is usually evil and sinful and feminine. There is a relation in Christianity to the black hell void and the white heaven myth, the blackness of darkness that is involved in the formlessness of the unformed are the maternal, the hidden guilt origin, redemption, faith, truth, time, end quote. The troping of blackness occurs in terms that inform the racial logics of sexual differences, whereby blackness is occupied by an imagined space bound up with formlessness. The tethering together of black maternal corporeality and formlessness shapes the perception of the black female sex as simultaneously indeterminate and divergent in relation to categorical forms such as sex and gender. While negating and even nullifying assignations of blackness abound, what requires sustained investigation is the gendered and sexuating force of compounding anti-black assignations. The way that femaleness, maternity, and feminine gender expressions marked by blackness have been made to bear the burden of blackness's nullification and are instrumentalized in the anxious arrangement of representation and value, including but extending far beyond the terms of sexual differences. The idea of origin is commonly conflated with the maternal body, in particular the blackened maternal body, in a way that problematically figures the origin of existence, of life, of racial blackness, even though, in fact, sexual reproduction is neither the origin of life nor the origin of the species we call human. Such narratives and figurations obscure 3 billion years of living organism activity involving microbial life and non-sexual reproduction in the Archean and Proterozoic eons. As Myra Hurd notes, quote, during most of our evolutionary heritage, our ancestors reproduced without sex. And most of the reproduction that we undertake in our lifetimes has nothing to do with sex, end quote. Organisms in 4 out of 5 kingdoms reproduce without the requirement of sex, and some species of fungi have sexes that number in the tens of thousands, not to mention the many species that change sex or are intersex. The presuppositions of dimorphic sex polarity and the primacy of sexual reproduction has left most of the current reproductive activity of the human species obscured and under-researched, which affects a double privileging of organisms as autonomous individuals and of sexual reproduction. To put it plainly, what I am suggesting is that what seems like the most natural starting point, the scene and means of birth, is neither natural nor the starting point. Nature, or rather biology itself, unsettles the mythopoetics of Genesis, its heteronormativity, its essentialized notions of sex difference, and its sanctification of the individual, and by extension troubles what Sylvia Wynter calls the substitute religion of neo-Darwinism and its theodicy, survival of the fittest. What if we replace the ideals of a stable, knowable origin with the flow of infinite regression and the primacy of the individual with perfusive differentiation? What might that dislodge in our racialized imaginations of both sexual differences and the mythopoetics of maternity? And what might it open up? At the same time, how might an acknowledgement of more ontic embodiments and mutability escape the capture of the codes and operations of racial hierarchies that equally adapt to sex-gender binarism and pluralism, given that anti-blackness subtends both configurations? It is by working through these challenges together that it may become possible to discern blackness's latent transfiguring potentialities and how we might make sex-gender indeterminacy work in the interests of the nullified. Might such a praxis expose ontologies of sex-gender to a sublime derangement? When discussing Faith Ringgold's fascination with how an artist represents themselves, feminist critic Michelle Wallace, Ringgold's daughter, ponders Ringgold's exploration of the classic genre of the artist's self-portrait. Curiously, in an example she discusses the artist and his model, Ringgold is seemingly absent. Per Wallace, quote, the artist portrayed is a black male and his model is a white female. Moreover, the actual artist who has composed the composition is not male at all, but a black female. It is interesting to think of this painting as an uncanny self-portrait in disguise, end quote. Ringgold's painting might be commenting on the assumption that the artist is male or masculine, potentially black, in the circles she traveled in, but not a black female. Its suggestion that The Western model of aesthetic beauty is typically imagined as a white female is hardly surprising. Recall here photography's Shirley Card. Wallace wonders, quote, but where is face perspective? Neither white nor masculine in this picture. Even as a teenager, that question fascinated me, end quote. If we consider the prevalence of conflations of blackness with femaleness, maternity, femininity, and the yet to be gender differentiated, perhaps face perspective is not absent but rather perceptible in the ground of the painting, the blackness through and against which the two figures appear, a dense darkness marked by recession, not lack or absence, where blackness abuts and provides contour and dimension to their respective forms. This blackness is an antecedent of the painting's representations. It functions to administer the relation of figure and ground, and thus arranges the terms of an object's appearance and spatial perspective. In doing so, this antecedental blackness reveals a problem space, face predicament, rather than acting simply as self-reference or representation of face perspective or an assured fixed standpoint. The painting does not simply frustrate representationalist expectations that the artist be mimetically represented, but rather refracts such conventions by revealing the anti-black sex and gender terms of the given ideals of both the artist and the appropriate subject of exaltation. At the same time, Ringgold's painting exposes that the operations of representationalist visibility are predicated on the limiting terms of anti-blackness, which is to say, the racialization of sexuation itself. In other words, the painting foregrounds the way anti-blackness's representationalist logics introduce fissures within matière by gesturing toward the indeterminate thing upon which scopophilic objecthood rests. As Horton Spillers notes, discourses of genders and sexuality's foundational and ongoing platform is still assigned woman and femininity, according to and at the whim of, quote, the subtle and shifting calibrations of a liberal ideology, end quote. The artist and his model invites a pondering of what is below the radar of scopophilic objectification, its pleasures and its identifications, that which is illegible to the positive values of gender and sexuation, while nevertheless providing those values their negative space. How are the limitations of the given order of sexual difference and economies of desire built into and dictated by the materiality of the visual arts, not just by its representations? And how might we transvalue what is deemed excess, despite the anxiety aroused in the face of it? The interrelations of embodied life history and semiotics cannot be transparently read on a face or a body. Biography and character are not visualizable, but they nevertheless compose our existence. Ringgold's use of figuration against the mandate of representational verisimilitude approaches the uncanny. She severs the all too easy equation of figuration and representationalism, an equation often hoisted onto the minoritized. Transparency in the mode of self-figuration and self-narrative is commonly deemed the only appropriate subject for such an artist. Figuration in the mode of her black light and the artist and his model is not representation, but rather a style of critique of the suffocating terms of figure ground, subject, object, sexual differences, and representationalist transparency. Thank you so much.
We would invite everyone to take a 15 to 20 minute break, and we resume at 6:30. regret to inform everyone that Françoise Vergès, who was our last speaker today, felt unwell and couldn't board her flight. We will see if she can join tomorrow. We will keep you posted on that. For the moment, I introduce our last speaker of the day, though she wasn't supposed to be the last speaker of the day, Sladia Blazan, and then we will have the round table discussion. Sladia's Blazan talk will be called Who's Imaginary? The Question of World Making. And Sladia Blazan is a writer and lecturer currently teaching at Bard College, Berlin. Our previous academic homes include the University of Würzburg, New York University, Free University Berlin, Humboldt University Berlin, University College Dublin, and Bard College, NYU. She received her PhD in North American Literature and Culture from Humboldt University, and her work addresses the role of fantasy in processes of moral and social emancipation. Welcome, Sladia.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and spending time inside on this really beautiful day. Thank you, everybody who's watching online. Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Anselm, for organizing this really impressive event, or I should say these many events, podcasts, talks, conferences, discussions. It's clearly exploring how and why state violence and epistemic erasure go hand in hand with erecting this model figure of the universal human is going to take more than one conference. So I want to acknowledge that you allow this complexity to have a space and to take place in all of these discussions. So yeah, thank you. My talk connects to the overall topic through the prism of current discussions concerning ways in which the aesthetics of the so-called Anthropocene relates to the notion of empire. It is increasingly hard to deny that we live in an era of accelerating environmental catastrophes, not to say impossible. And this in turn produces an overwhelming sense of urgency. So what I want to do is I want to slow down and identify aesthetic recodifications and sometimes reanimations of inherited and supposedly outdated binaries. Such as, of course, the biggest one, man versus nature, both in capital letters, that in spite of our acknowledgement and their inadequacy have transitioned, I think, a little bit too smoothly into the supposedly new aesthetics of the Anthropocene that claims a fusion. So this is the first part of the talk, and if I have the time in the second part, well, no, not if I have the time, I will definitely also attend to the importance of 4 different imaginaries. I don't know if I will have the time for a reading, but we'll see. So the growing realization, and in the global north, that is, that capitalism and the conditions of the Anthropocene, as Anat Singh recently put it, no longer create the conditions for life, has been discussed as a profound unsettling of the philosophical foundations that have been elemental to current ideas about modernity and progress. However, and I suppose this is also the central issue that this conference is seeking to address, for millions of people around the world, this could be perceived as yet another exclusionary mechanism, not to say slap in the face, as they do not find themselves in much of a novel situation at all. So this claim automatically excludes not only their perspective, but also the conditions of emergence. Particularly those who have experienced colonization or now live with the consequences of this system, consider the horsemen of the Anthropocene a reality that has been shaping their lives and their deaths, at least since the advent of capitalism, as Kim Tolbear, among many others, has pointed out. In her talk, A Sharpening of the Already Present, Settler Apocalypse 2020, And I here have a link because the talk is also online. I think it's really recommendable. Tolber reminds us of the many apocalypses of many indigenous people within the last several hundred years, including the one of her own people, the Dakota, in 1862. Tolber expresses this biopolitics and necropolitics of the Anthropocene by claiming what we are experiencing is a sharpening of the already present. In spite of these important interventions, the idea of the Anthropocene continues to rest on the notion that an essential human nature has created the current crisis. This statement, as many have already pointed out, not only ignores but occludes the role of systems such as colonialism, capitalism, and patriarchy that, as Klein or Chakrabarti have pointed out, a small minority of humans created, and I quote, other humans powerfully resisted. It also erases the racialized history of extractive colonialism that, as Yusuf and McKittrick have theorized so eloquently, has given rise to this form of globalism. And yet, the cacophony of voices that are currently present in creative and non-creative, whatever this is, endeavors that conceptually engage with the Anthropocene repeatedly confirm a moment of disjunction and rupture in geological and therefore human history. Very often, the novelty inscribed in the new period that we have now entered is extended to knowledge-making itself. Supposedly, there is a caesura in how we experience the world and therefore how we think and write about it. And this universalizing we has been scrutinized by post-colonial feminist scholars. Of course, I'm also going to quote Sylvia Wynter. Literally every speaker has done so at this conference. So here it goes. I mean, it's good that we have Sylvia Wynter because clearly she has kickstarted the movement. This universalizing we has been scrutinized by post-colonial feminist scholars as a stand-in for a certain ethno-class man, to use Sylvia Wynter's phrase, who over-represents itself as if it were the human itself. Wynter's work is a warning that, as she phrases it, any, I quote, attempt to unsettle the coloniality of power necessarily needs to begin with the unsettling of this over-representation. So I want to take up her call by zooming in on current popular representations of what I read as a perpetuation of figurations of the universal human after the entrance of the Anthropocene into the scholarly discourse. I will zoom in on the aesthetic reconceptualization of the Enlightenment man, the ethno-class man, the Vitruvian man, encircled, individualized, self-serving, self-content into a new form that reaches out into the environment, and I will leave it at this, into the environment. I feel like it's the Struwwelpeterized version, that's how I feel like right now. Form that reaches out into whatever is around. And this is the point without losing its core, maleness, cisness, ability, whiteness, and in fact remains codified as human. So the stage rupture into the Anthropocene comes with a new set of aesthetic codifications and an old set of conceptualizations, very often. Reminiscent of another rupture, much discussed in post-colonial and indigenous studies as the theorization of the eruption into modernity, following Glissant, that characterizes the ongoing experience of empire, the conceptual framework of the Anthropocene can be used as yet another violent departure from the colonial tradition. The promotion of the idea of a novelty and crisis thus can only continue under the exclusion of those mostly affected by this crisis. And without those voices, it threatens to continue without reference to the historical continuity of dispossession and catastrophes and tragedies caused by empire that have created this moment in time. As Elizabeth de Loggery put it, in this sense, Anthropocene scholarship produces a globalization discourse that misses the globe. It is the premise of this talk that the methodologies that currently circulate get taken up, get incorporated in the desire to update, so emancipatory methodologies. In the desire to update our vocabulary and react to altered situations are often insufficient to address a complex crisis of a planetary scale. And thinking with the feminist scholar Michelle Rowley, who argues that we need to especially attend to a theory's politics and conditions of emergence, I want to highlight some structural inscriptions of imperial taxonomies into a discourse that claims emancipatory novelty. And I find this really interesting, what theories get taken up and get circulated. And one of the first to comprehensively identify the discrepancies involved in addressing the Anthropocene as a cultural theory is Dipesh Chakrabarty, who in his The Climate of History 4 thesis addresses the challenges and underlines the deep, I quote, deep contradiction and confusion, unquote, that climate change has produced for historical understanding. I'm not going to go into the 4 thesis, don't worry, I know everybody has read it, but it is interesting to see that this text in the meantime likened to Martin Luther's 95 thesis for ways in which they articulate the potential of the Anthropocene to disrupt both humanistic and natural scientific knowledge, thus in effect solidifying scientific knowledge into a unity. Humanism into one humanism that now sadly is disrupted, etc., is not questioned so much. And here again you see this insistence, almost mantra-like push towards originality, strangeness, maybe one could even say modernity, even in texts that claim a post-colonial perspective. And I should say this is a work in progress. It's going to be a larger piece on the figurations of the strange. Because climate change collapses the distinction between natural history and human history, as Chakrabarty explains in his text, the Anthropocene supposedly has the potential to abandon the dominant way in which we have conceptualized ourselves since the Enlightenment. And here again, I want to use Joy Harjo to comment, we do not dream together. It is an old problem that keeps repeating, which will require going back to an older text in search of solutions. Audre Lorde's admonition that warns from using the master's tools to dismantle the master's house receives yet another twist in the age of the Anthropocene. I recall this famous and much quoted statement by Lorde, in spite of its familiarity, in order to bring back to your memory why she had written the letter that contains the statement to begin with. It is not the use of the master's tools, of course, that she was concerned with, but rather the crisis of imagination that had led to an uninspired reaching for those very tools. It seems to me that, at least, and I only know academic circles in Germany and the US that I'm mostly familiar with, these circles are experiencing a similar crisis of imagination that, like in Lorde's description, in spite of all the well-meaning efforts, affect most prominently questions of interdependency as a way to freedom. And Lorde writes, interdependency she writes in a feminist context, interdependency between women is the way to a freedom which allows the I to be, not in order to be used, but in order to be creative. This is a difference between the passive be and the active being. While questions of interdependency indeed received much attention in recent scholarship, pronouncedly within the scope of the Anthropocene, the goal, the aim that Lorde describes, which is to reach the freedom brought by interdependency or mutual dependency that will allow for creative moments to emerge, this active being that Lorde describes seems to be drowning in the sea of voices that is mobilized in order to indeed erect a universal man yet again. Lorde's ever-prescient warning formed as a question as to how to make the necessity for interdependency unthreatening. Post in 1979, published in 1982, is pertinent again. How can the necessity for interdependency become unthreatening indeed? I find this to be one of the central questions of our times. I found it really helpful to go back to this text, and that's why I decided to reread it today, where Lord not only asks what does it mean when the tools of a racist patriarchy are used to examine the fruits of that same patriarchy. In this disturbingly timely text, she answers, I quote, "It means that only the most narrow perimeters of change are possible and allowable." I want to make the point that we are tapping into yet another epistemological trap, maybe, I don't know if this is the right word, trap, that allows only for the most narrow parameters of change, which is certainly nowhere close enough for freedom that Lord talks about to find an entrance onto the global stage of our near collapse, where it's much needed. One of the first problems that I want to point out in this short talk is the speed with which the transatlantic scholarship of the Anthropocene has allowed the supposedly inadequate figure of the universal human to be replaced with the updated figure of the universal human. Just to really quickly delineate this problem, allow me to step back for a second. I will remind you of an image that used to circulate through various Euro-American university departments, but also popular culture, media, etc., not so long ago. It is the image of a man with a capital M staring at the root of a tree. And many of you will be familiar with one of the central passages analyzed on the various existential aspects, a passage that gave Jean-Paul Sartre's text La Nocée a central place in phenomenology. The scene has come to symbolize the moment that existentialism came into being. It is the scene where near the end of Sartre's, in English, Nocea, in German, Der Ekel, the main protagonist, Antoine Roquentin, sits on a park bench when he suddenly spots the root of a chestnut tree. The protagonist stares at the root, plunged into the ground just under his feet, and begins to feel fear creeping up his body. I quote, "I was sitting slightly bent, my head bowed, alone, in front of that black knotty mass, which was utterly crude and frightened me," unquote. Continuing to speculate about the strong affect this sight had provoked in him, he concludes that it is the root's existence that caused the dread in him. The root exists in an independent and non-relational way. It is unintelligible to the human observer. And this realization that is strategically placed at the end of a long introspective philosophical meandering on the narrator's otherwise affectless being in the world indeed stirs everything up. If the root exists without context, then so does Antoine himself. Anna, could you switch off your phone? Here we are presented. She's the organizer, so that's okay. She can do that. It's probably Françoise. And here we are presented with a theory of a contextless existence that has made quite a career, but now, by the power of the theories of the Anthropocene, is out of date. So I really do want to, for a second, go back to some of these passages. I will quote, "The chestnut tree pressed itself against my eyes. Green rust covered it halfway up. The bark, black and blistered, looked like boiled leather. The soft sound of the water in the mascara fountain flowed into my ears and made a nest there, filling them with sighs. My nostrils overflowed with the green, putrid smell." So we see that here, the here employed aesthetics does not depart much from current trends. Leveling his own materiality with everything else around him, Antoine begins to grasp the flat ontology of the world. And then his existential angst receives an actual addressee. "I'm afraid of towns, but you mustn't leave them. If you go too far, you come up to the vegetation belt." And this is why I had to go through all of this, because I need this concept of the vegetation belt. The vegetation has crawled for mile after mile. I like Democracy Now! We could listen to that too. So the vegetation is waiting. Okay. While the root has received much attention in critical theory, this fusion of all non-human sentient matter into what is here termed the vegetation belt, in order to address liminality but also the potential of transgression, is an important moment in the history of European phenomenology that I want to single out. It is in this passage and at what is fused under the term vegetation, an unintelligible sentient power that might eventually survive what is presented as the non-vegetation, namely the human, exemplified in the body of a European able-bodied, affluent, rational man caught in the moment of reflection on the senselessness of the world. He indeed extracts his negation and thus dialectical confirmation out of the threatening image of the root, a performative act of engendering a self in the face of the non-human, here called vegetation, but rather in the face of the non-man, therefore woman, black and human, indigenous child, animal, plant, microbe. The list is long, but you can read about it in Becoming Human by Zakiya Iman Jackson. So from a current materialist standpoint, this performative act of engendering a man as a universal human in the face of a universal non-human that includes all other humans or sentient beings, I should say, accumulates to much more than just a central literary example of phenomenology. It pays tribute to a sense of ecophobic transcorporeality that transitions into the Anthropocene in its ability to extract a self situated at the intersection of vegetation and a body that then is the humanity itself. I don't know, there's something wrong here. And this is the point just that I want to make that it received great prominence in transformed format in the age of the Anthropocene. I will give you a few examples. So now we're just going to jump ahead from 1938 when the text was published back to our present moment. Now that this very same human is decentered via the Anthropocene that exposed the implications of the individual into expanded environments that transgress the limitation of the body, we are presented with a significant deviation into a relational fantasy that I want to sketch out in a few sentences by looking into what happened to this entity that Sartre squeezed into the phrase, the vegetation belt. And here I'm really just going to simplify, I hope, without dumbing it down too much, but rather by just providing sketches, like a quick freehand drawing. It's not intended, it's not a finished work, but rather just to recognize the shape. So I move from one obscene image to another. This, I want to say, is an updated version of the vegetation belt. It includes the dread, the repulsion, the strangeness, the interest, but it is updated to a 2018 Anthropocene format. The image is taken from a film directed by Alex Garland under the title Annihilation. It's an adaptation of a very popular novel, which is the first part of a trilogy by Jeff Vandermeer with the same title. And in this scene, a group of scientists is attempting to cross into what in the novel is referred to as the zone. Many references there. A sentient natural environment that I will simply rename the vegetation belt. As these scientists seem to be well aware of Sartre's warning, they arrive heavily equipped with all kinds of measuring instruments, heavy weaponry, mobile devices, field notebooks, etc., all of which would help them to perform science, or rather than tame the unruly vegetation. The scientists are to taxonomize, name, relate, and explain what cannot be understood, the sentience of the non-human, non-human. What is important to note is that both writer and director are producing these images in an attempt to distance the main protagonists, and thus the person that the readers identify with, from such ingrained ways of doing science, and therefore appeal to the affective demands of their audience for a reconciliation with vegetation. We get to sympathize with a curious biologist who throughout her whole career has been wary of science as we know it, and from the outset is upset by the nature-culture divide that this image exemplifies. Other than her colleagues who are still afraid of the sentient landscape they will eventually enter, she has acknowledged her own inscription into this life, all alive, embraces the fact this natural environment will absorb her, and this is how this looks like. I'm sorry, but this is how it looks like. So why do I bother you with these excessive libidinal fantasies of hybridization? By comparing these two significant steps in the Western cultural imaginary, human versus nature on the one hand and human as nature on the other, and ways in which they stage themselves as time and space sensitive from a pronouncedly exclusive to a pronouncedly inclusive framework, I'm hoping to exemplify the ease, the serenity even, with which the colonial fantasy of the universal human that defines itself against the image of the non-human could transition from existentialism to the Anthropocene. The strangeness of the root of the vegetation belt is here tamed and incorporated. As Sara Ahmed pointed out in her work on the problematic Western ontology of the figurations of the strange, it can be necessary to become the stranger, or even to eat the stranger, in order to assert one's own humanity that extends even into the non-human. So in other words, I'll make this short now, the scientist has now mastered the existential dread and embraced the environment in herself. These allegories of the Anthropocene, to quote Elizabeth de Loggery again, are prominent, but they are in no way a silencing force. I want to therefore turn to the imaginary worlds of those who have been building a future on dystopic grounds long before the turn. It is within these narratives that one can find the added layers of dynamic complexity that is so necessary in order to trouble ingrained notions of causality. And most of all, also this idea of the individual ownership of knowledge that can seem to dominate the sense we get from much of artistic production at the time. And I consciously turned to the imaginary in my seeking for answers because, as 1980s feminist theories have taught us, and particularly black feminist theory has insisted, radical acts of imagination, what one could consider to be a certain speculative labor, are important for intellectual production, partially simply because we have nothing else, because what is unimaginable to those who think differently. And here I'm going to skip to, I will only have time for one example, I think, which I take from the rich body of indigenous futurism. A mode of creating that repeatedly calls upon its audience to imagine differently. The concept of indigenous futurism was theorized by the Anishinaabe scholar Grace L. Dillon in her anthology of indigenous writers from across the globe entitled Walking the Clouds, an anthology of indigenous science fiction. And in this book, in the introduction, she writes, all forms of indigenous futurisms are narratives of Biskabiang, an Anishinaabe Movin word connoting the process of returning to ourselves, which involves discovering how personally one is affected by colonization, discarding the emotional and psychological baggage carried from its impact, and recovering ancestral traditions in order to adapt in our post-native apocalypse world. We see here in Dillon's attempt at defining indigenous futurism that integrating colonization and its afterlife into the makeup of futurity is elemental to the process of solving the formal challenges of representing climate change. And here, in the bigger piece, this is in answering proposals such as more recently by the writer Amitav Ghosh, that there are certain formal challenges in representing the climate change and how do we write about it, etc. So this is an answer. Even without setting out to access adequate artistic means to tackle the question of ecological planetary crisis, many of the texts that are collected in Dillon's anthology are doing exactly that. My point here is that writing about colonialism and its afterlife, perhaps particularly within the futuristic aesthetics of science fiction, might inevitably lead to finding images for this much needed Anthropocene. So it is not necessarily a crisis of imagination, but rather a crisis of engagement. And I picked Selu Amberstan's short story Refugees for today because it explores the psychological effects of colonialism, but it does so without succumbing to the narrow confines of the colonizer's imaginary. Amberstan, Amberston is a Canadian writer of mixed Cherokee and Scottish-Irish heritage, and the short story collection was published this year by Kashalan Press. And in this slide, she explains her preference for science fiction. I would just let you read this. The narrator in this text calls herself a refugee, as she was forced to leave the planet Earth due to the ecological collapse and now lives on a foster planet, run by lizard-like creatures that are only referred to as the benefactors. It is thus a neo-colonial environment, and we learn that the narrator is of Native American descent, but we don't find out more. We enter the life of Qualshina, the narrator, at a moment when she's forced to see her own society through the eyes of the colonizer, while she observes the arrival of a new group of people from Earth who supposedly were saved just before Earth's destruction due to an ecological collapse. The narrative attends to the multiple layers of alienation bound to temporal and spatial embeddedness and experienced by a narrator who, by recognizing repetitive, affective economies, exposes the dependence of colonialism on figurations of strangeness. So with a post-colonial view of space colonization, the narrative focuses on the consequences of displacement for both indigenous and non-indigenous peoples, colonizers and colonized and recolonized, and puts into focus not the hierarchy, but rather ways in which the colonial situation in this new formation again depends on the figure of the stranger, which she refuses. We are not presented with so talking about naturalization, we are not presented with a romanticized version of the perspective of the other, nor with an authentic view of the other. But rather, the text effectively dismantles the Western production of the other. The narrator who left the earth when it became, I quote, a fiery cloud of poisons, a blackened cinder, is now building a relationship with the land on this new planet, therefore also challenging static views of indigeneity. She's interrupted by a figure that poses in this constellation as the stranger. It is the newcomer who is going to live in her house. Yet she refuses to be the one to produce this reading. She does so at first by emphasizing ways in which she finds herself in a continuous process of building a relation to the land that now she lives on or off. We meet her in a moment of stone offering, and this is her own introduction. I am a child from the stars, a refugee, driven from my true home. My blood is red, an alien color on this world. But I'm lucky because this planet knows my name. What does it mean to introduce yourself to the planet that hopefully will learn your name? Amberston's what-if speculation departs from the demands of classic white male science fiction by refusing not only the victim-perpetrator divide or figurations of otherness, but also the instrumentalization of one's own strangeness to the land as an inherited affect bound to colonial constellations. What Amberston's transfiguration primarily puts into question is the strangeness of the stranger. And again, Sara Ahmed's work on the stranger fetishism and ways in which colonial amnesia and the erasure of connected histories, so this is a lot about connected histories, led to the objectification of the stranger, here again offers a suitable theoretical framing for a reading of this text. In Strange Encounters, Ahmed explores how cutting off, she calls it, of figures from the social and material relations which overdetermine their existence, as she states in this book, is a move that in fact ontologizes the stranger and turns her and they into something that simply is. That's Ahmed. Amberston refuses the ontological certainty of the stranger, thus discarding with a logic that, according to Ahmed, is shared by both anti-immigrant and xenophobic policies and liberal and multicultural discourses that welcome strangers. She does so by entering into a relation with the planet that she teaches her name continually over and over again, uncovering the self-serving motifs that underpin multicultural calls for welcoming the alien stranger. Okay, so it's a little bit long. Rather than allowing the stranger, the alien, to coexist with her in order to affirm or expand or advance her humanity beyond the human, she affirms the difference and thus transforms the threatening form into a relationship. So yeah, I have a section on the difference and strange, but I will move on to my ending. While most scholars acknowledge that ours is certainly a moment for new conversations and new synergies, this move will not be possible until we re-examine our old vocabularies, such as the stranger. Just like the move from root to root was not a move at all, but rather a solidification of the already existing hierarchical relation, human materialities to that of the non-human, the replacement of individual subjectivity with entanglement, does not have the capacity to move beyond discourses of human exceptionalism. Unless the epistemological colonial inheritance is in much of current methodology concerning the Anthropocene is dealt with first, and the experience of different kinds of subject positions are included, only, and to go back to Audre Lorde's warning again, only the most narrow parameters of change will be possible. Sophia Azeb writes in Who Will Be When We Are Free on Palestine and Futurity about the politics of the imaginary, to ask how and who we are now and who will be when we are free, insists that our future selves are always in sight, that our freedom is always in sight, asserting that imagination work makes incomparable contributions to creating a nation that is lived without restrictions through the innovative and agile practice of imagining otherwise. She proposes, like Audre Lorde before, that to move beyond man is in the first step a work of imagination. It is therefore crucial to provide more visibility to spaces that grew not in opposition but parallel to Western humanism, not only outside of but in the midst of Western humanism, by acknowledging the importance of asking ourselves, what worlds do we want to build? We might even reverse the erasure enacted by colonialism. Thank you.
Yeah, I would invite our speakers to the stage now, and Darla Megan has a discussant, our moderator for tomorrow, since we are missing a panelist, would be like a lovely addition to the panel. and spontaneity is a good thing. Yeah, of course it's you. Of course it's you. Where is Kirsten? So I know you've been here all day and you're probably dying to ask questions, so I would immediately give the mic to the audience. Where? Oh, you have one. Okay. If someone would like to ask a question, if not, then we can start ourselves. Oh yeah, sorry. Yes.
You just want to throw me up here and like make me jump. I don't know what happens next. We'll see what happens. No, it's okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. No. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for inviting me on stage. And I come here by way of New York, geographically, but I'm also trained as a philosopher who's thinking about Black aesthetics. So I actually have very little knowledge of many of your sources because I do not think particularly about contemporary theory. In fact, I might even have a prejudice against it. But I do have an interest in thinking with others and bringing new resources to my attention today. I have lots of questions, perhaps that will be better formulated later on and not when someone asked me to come on stage 10 minutes before, which is fine, but I'm really grateful to all three of your talks. So maybe one question I have, I'm going to just really go for it here and try to think about all three of your papers together. But the word that comes that kind of holds all three perhaps together for me is shimmer. And so I'm thinking from the context of shimmer as the possibility maybe here for what is not going to be easily theorized as the visual, if I got that right. And then maybe also in terms of ways that the symbolic might be exciting for frustration in the context of your talk here. I'm sorry, the names are going. I'm so sorry. I'm going to try to do better. Kirsten, and then tell me one more time. We were just meeting today, Saja. So I'm thinking about perhaps ways that this vegetation, what did you call it? This vegetative belt might be this place of inviting us into the shimmer. But is it oh, great. And I don't know the reference. See, look, it's already working. But I'm concerned, right? So I'm concerned about perhaps maybe romanticization in all three contexts, right? So offering us possibility for an optics that's not yet theorized or something like that. Also just like perhaps makes things a bit too broad. But also we want to make possible like what has yet to be imagined, right? So maybe one question that I would pose to all three of your papers is how might you help us to navigate the shimmer in the context of the paper that you gave, but also in the context of not necessarily giving way to this kind of open-ended romanticization of what's not yet been imagined or theorized. Does that make sense? I'm looking for some conversation. Like, this is what philosophers do. You just get up and you start talking and all the words hopefully come out in the right order. Okay, thank you. I will stop there.
This is on, yeah? Okay. You know, I don't know if I can super quickly gather my thoughts on this, but if we think about shimmer as a kind of holographic effect or a certain kind of incalculability in the visual field, then there's a couple of things that immediately come to mind vis-a-vis the question of romanticization. One, the predilection for trying to surveil and pin down what it is that we're looking at so that it meets us in the terms of our legibility, which immediately opens up the question of regulation and discipline and violence, right? And so then that disciplining and that violence is predicated on a certain kind of domination, a domination that privileges transparency, legibility, and there, at least in my paper, I am interested in exploring what that has meant for a range of figures, both in terms of like darker hued Black female subjects as well as trans subjects who cannot necessarily be legibly read within the terms of sex, genders, the given, and a history of violence that has attended that kind of fluctuation in an optical field, and what the relationship between these two different registers might be. So in the case of my paper, part of what I'm suggesting is that what we call the gender binary was actually never simply a binary. It was always racially hierarchical and divided by racialization, and that so by the time we get to Eliza Steinbach's work, when they are talking about shimmer and the discipline and regulation and surveillance of white gender norms, we're talking about gender norms that have already been intruded upon and shaped by anti-Black opticality. And so that we come to understand what it means to look like a woman or look female already imprinted by an anti-Black opticality, both in terms of the clinic context, in terms of extending logics of eugenics and racial science, but also in terms of the quotidian daily life of what it means to look like a given gender. And so maybe I will stop there.
Thank you, Professor Jackson. I really enjoyed
I mean, what can I add? I was just thinking one. So I was trying to talk about the marketability of subject positions that is something that we have dealt with and have an understanding of. And so I wonder, the seeing something as I think it should look like in terms of gender is the marketable is the non-subject position. Do you know what I mean? It's the marketability of that what we don't read is something that I wanted to address in the talk. The marketability of the unknown, of the this is not gender as you know it, of yeah, I wonder how this works with the shimmer. I don't know, I have to think about it a little bit more, but it's the categorization as the non-stable formation that makes it marketable.
Yeah, because exactly like you say, it's then another form of isolation on the one hand and another form of dramatization also. And with that, it is again then divided. I don't know, I mean, like maybe I'll try to do this romanticism thing, or like to... the reason why I thought it was interesting for me to look at romanticism is because, I mean, early romanticism is still very largely popular, like Friedrich Schlegel and Novalis and like proto-hippies and no. And then I was really like reading Winter and like heard, she's writing about Schlegel when she writes about the biogenetic élan vital. And of course it's true because like the romanticist worldview is world grabbing. It is like the interiority that thinks of itself as the world and thus cannot like register any form of difference within itself or in relation. So there is no rationality thought other than in annihilation in the end. Because like everything becomes that. And what I found interesting in, or what I had to think of you and what I think when you were just talking is in this book, which I quoted another text from, which is called Transgender Marxism by Jude Strang-Gleason and Ella Rook, there's this afterword by Jordi Rosenberg, where he suggests autoapostrophism as like a form to derail what is now autofiction. Because autofiction sort of brings exactly this romanticist trope back and then generously hands it over to like, you can do that now too. Just to like be able to take it away again. Whereas in autoapostrophism, as he suggests, it is sort of like a shimmering of this autofiction, if you would want to call it that. Because it's the question of, on the one hand, producing an autofiction, but at the same time not producing it in the sense of an interiority, but producing it in the sense of like a bad relationality that necessarily has to differentiate itself, not in the form of reposing itself all of the time, but putting itself into question in an epidemic register. Yeah, maybe like that.
Like epistemic register, yeah. I see this, but I wanted to mention just quickly, like while you were speaking and you had to point and say, stop my video, that was the moment when the moments I really enjoyed in the talk, because it seemed to call forth a frustration that was absolutely spontaneous and it made me feel like, kind of the difference between naming the need for frustration or being frustrated or the frustrating of whatever we're trying to get rid of versus the actually falling into or being thrown into the position of being frustrated. So I really enjoyed it. I wondered if you'd planned that, if it was like intentional.
I just felt really, and still am very sorry for like putting all that media into that, because I was like, people had like, the person who done it had to do like 10 million times this, and I was like, it's exactly, yeah. So, yeah, no, but I mean, like this talk was, writing this talk was very much about frustration, because it was very much like derailing myself and then trying to, how can I refigure that without like turning that into like just a negative narcissism, and like generating that as a problem, but going through the material, like delivering myself to the material more than like to my like, oh no.
No. Oh, okay. So I just wanted to say like maybe one more thing, just like thinking through my co-panelists' responses. I mean, so, I also am writing, I think, against a certain kind of romance with gender subversion. And so part of why I'm writing against a certain kind of romance with gender subversion is precisely because of the point that I made kind of in the middle of the paper, that both the terms of legibility of, let's say, white gender norms come about through anti-Blackness. The way that we come to recognize subversion of gender also passes through those same anti-Black terms. Like, we know when people are playing with gender, transgressing gender norms, or crossing gender norms, precisely because those through the ways that those gender norms have already been racially codified and made legible through a certain kind of anti-Black, particularly anti-Black misogynist logic. And so that subversion actually doesn't become this kind of caesura, but actually becomes a different way at getting in the reinscription of racial misogyny. And so there's a way that I really want to attend to both a certain kind of fantasy of self-mastery, self-fashioning, self-control in the choice to choose to transgress gender normativity, and to maybe push back against a certain kind of fantasy of individual autonomous agency in that process. But also really kind of stay with the life and death stakes of the incompleteness of subversion as a strategy. And so while we might say, oh, every single strategy or tactic has limitations, I also just want to tarry and stay with the actual material life and death stakes of the gap between what subversion can accomplish and what remains, that and the ways that subversion is still inside of and still in relation to a certain kind of systemic anti-Blackness.
Thank you for the talks. They were all very interesting. A couple of questions. One is more perhaps of a clarification. In fact, both are perhaps clarifications. For Zakiya Jackson, you mentioned the distinction between image and representation along the way. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? And then for Slajla Blazan, Slajla, Your larger argument about change, I want to put a bit of pressure on. As I understood it, you were maintaining that new conversations aren't possible until we develop new categories. But isn't that a bit crippling? I mean, what about the possibility of new categories already being present already being active in the present, just as residual categories are active in the present? This notion of newness, the necessity for absolute newness, could be crippling. But it's not crippling if one can imagine that the new is already with us. We just need to it needs to just be developed further. Those are my questions.
I can go first. I don't know if it was the microphone or my voice or whatever, but I didn't say strange. I said change. I said strange. In any case, I absolutely think that we need to go back and that we need to work with the categories that we have and re-examine them, see how they are inscribed or how we have separated from them, and what kind of a relationship do we have with those categories. That was the purpose of the talk. That's why I said it, the figure of the stranger. I mean, it is, and that's why I also started in, with an older text in the 20th century, and went back to feminist philosophy from the 1980s, so I can only say yes. I think that one of the problems is that these neologisms that we're confronting with almost, I feel like, on a daily basis, because this is a new situation, and this is that they're creating more problems than they're helping. And we're not talking about cleaning up, or we have to do the cleaning up. Busy creating new categories. So yes, I totally agree.
Okay, I make a distinction between image and representation, and this is something I'm still thinking through, but part of what I'm trying to suggest is that we know that there is a gap between representation and the thing, and so that representation, there's always a certain level that it's catachristic, and so, but I want to go beyond that point and actually think about what happens when we're talking about an image that actually does not attend to or feel or is constrained at all by the empirical, and that image then ceases to be, at least in my mind, in any kind of simple terms, a representation, and becomes something closer to something like a myth.
Good evening, and thank you everyone on the stage and in the audience for generating these wonderful conversations. Zakia, I have been wondering how different is the shimmer from the shine? And by the shine, I make reference to Krista Thompson's book. And in attempting to understand the difference beyond, the trembling of the shine in the shimmer, and thinking about Krista's work and interest in performance practices of the African diaspora in the Caribbean, and in masquerading and the carnivalesque. I was wondering if Krista's notion of the shine wasn't more optimistic than yours of the shimmer, because she takes into consideration subjects who are always already queered and tranced by way of their masquerading practices. But this is all very not entirely well articulated yet, because my reading of Krista's book is by now a bit dated and I don't know your work quite as well. But I would like still for you to elaborate, if you can, between the difference between the shimmer and the shine.
So in the version, thank you so much for that question. So in the version of this talk that was published in the Whitney Biennial, I engaged Krista Thompson's work. So you are definitely, that question, thank you for that question. But in the interest of time today, I wasn't able to discuss it. So Krista Thompson's book is titled Shine. It's a really important book, and if you haven't read it, I definitely strongly encourage you to read it. The book that I reference is Eliza Steinbach's book on trans cinema called Shimmering Images, also extremely important book that I would recommend that people read if they haven't read it. So the concept of shimmering is actually not my concept. It's a concept I'm engaging of Steinbach's in their reading of transness in the optical field. And so in terms of the relationship between the two, I don't know if I have a thing like right on the tip of my tongue to say about it. But the thing that I will say, in the Whitney essay, there's the talk I gave today, which is going to be is longer than the Whitney essay, and then I have like a chapter length version. Part of what I am trying to contribute to is to build on the work of someone like Krista Thompson and actually attend to the questions around limits to visual mastery that is engaged in that book. I think in ways that, I also read as having a certain kind of optimism, and I read that book as, like my work, engaging questions of Kantian aesthetics and questions of the sublime. And what I hope that I'm contributing to that conversation is actually attentiveness to questions around sex and gender, and how that blackness in the optical field, whether we're talking about Burkean aesthetics or Kantian aesthetics, and this long-standing relationship between blackness and the sublime, that conversation has hinged on the black female figure and the black female figure's opacity in both of those texts. And so I have an essay that I published in 2018 called Theorizing in Void on sublimity, it's like Theorizing in Void, sublimity, matter, and black feminist poetics. And so this is a continuation of a larger conversation. And there are a number of scholars right now doing, I think, really interesting work. Krista Thompson amongst them. Teju Cole just came out with a book called Black Paper. There are a number of people thinking right now about blackness qua blackness. And so I'm very interested in that question. And I'm also suggesting that when one goes and looks at aesthetic philosophy's archive, that is central to that conversation is the black female figure, and I want to stay with that.
I'm thinking a bit about how in the Enlightenment, eyes and sight were considered the most noble sense, and how imagination is also usually accessed through opticality, through vision. And so in reassessing opticality, anti-black opticality, or colonial visuality, wouldn't it be, or perhaps instead of staying with opticality, why not move to other senses or other ways of seeing? So if you're blind, you see in different ways. And the same goes for imagination. Imagination has, throughout the Enlightenment and through the kind of colonial history of science, also been this very privileged hierarchical faculty or process. So why are we staying with these kind of things that are at the top of the hierarchy?
I love this question because it really speaks to me. I think that it was raised, so Professor Jasper raised the possibility of synesthesia and other ways of experience, right? So not just from the person who is, or the subject who's predicated as being the one who looks, but ways in which one feels looked at, right, as not being able to be captured, perhaps might be a way. But it connects to my mind, your question connects to my mind, the question of like the tools, or the master's tools not being able to dismantle the master's house, and how much dismantling has to be done of Enlightenment era opticality, or the kind of scopophilia that's involved in organizing the taxonomy of races and genders. And so how much of that has to be dismantled by virtue of the visual or the optical scope, and then how much can we, or where are the possibilities for tools that encounter other senses? And it's a question I really have, and like it's a genuine question that I have in my own work, right? So proposing to offer new concepts, right? Or not running around grabbing up as many concepts as possible as we, quickly try to market ongoing academic institutions, right? That seems to be one of the problems at the heart of your work, right? It's how then to address that which has already been foundational for the possibility of thinking, while also looking for, hoping to dismantle that which has been violently built.
Maybe I just add a question to that, because I also like the way in which you distinguished the image and representation, and the critique of the image, the photographic image, and exactly like this scopic question opened up, and I mean you did it more now, like opened up this question of what is receptivity, what is perceptibility, like how does one, like what is the order of the senses. And because you mentioned transgression, I was wondering like in how far, like if we look back at like classical aesthetic theory, and look at those categories again, and also, I mean, the way you were talking about the film annihilation, also, like then the question of the relation of mimesis and transgression comes totally differently into view, no? Like, oh, I was wondering, because you were sort of like arguing for like a recensuation of that. Does that make sense? Like, what becomes of because I'm very, how do you say, I have a huge problem with transgression, to put it that way. So I was wondering.
Go ahead. No, I just wanted to say that my other example that I used by Selu Amberson, the short story Refugees, and I didn't even think of that. I mean, I felt drawn to this text as a counterexample, because it is about the materiality, the textuality of whatever it is on that planet that feels like Earth, that the narrator is building a relationship with. The author is also blind, and there is the passages that I didn't show many passages from the text, but the passages that I had prepared for, or that I wanted to use for this piece, the scopophilia is still present in the text, but the way she is working around it is that the narrator doesn't know how to describe, how to feel the textuality of the material that she's building a relationship with. So here again, there is an open space for the inability to describe, but still have a response. And this openness is, I guess, why I wanted to use this as a counterexample. Yeah.
You know, I definitely agree with this point of I don't think that the path that I would advocate for the problem of anti-Black opticality is to, the problem of anti-Black opticality and its role in domination is to just turn my attention elsewhere. Part of what I'm interested in is actually staying with the role of anti-Black opticality in domination and actually deepening our analysis of it, because I think that there is a way that sometimes we can prematurely think that we understand the nuances and contours of a problem, and we can end up proposing solutions that actually disavow aspects of the problem so that those aspects of the problem end up getting reinscribed in the name of a solution or a fix. So in this case, I think that there is quite a lot that has yet to be attended to around the questions of anti-Blackness and opticality. And so my project is in staying with it. And I would say in my work generally, I often take up questions that are assumed, yeah, we already know that problem. So in my first book, you know, my work was on the question of Blackness and animality. And what I often find is that people think, oh, I know what that is, that's this thing, and I know what Hegel said about Black people, but then when I actually went back and read the Hegel for myself, I discovered something very different than how Hegelian anti-Blackness is often talked about. And so I actually think it's about actually slowing down and not assuming that we understand the contours of the problem that we live with. And then I would say, in terms of senses beyond vision, you know, I teach courses on sense perception, on aesthetics broadly understood, and what I have found in that process of doing research on the question of the senses and apperception and the organization of the senses, and prior to the point of conceptualization or the understanding, is that all of these different sites of perception are actually so thoroughly inculcated with anti-Blackness. And so that we might have, in a very kind of, it's become a kind of familiar platitude to turn away from the visual to sound or to the haptic, with the assumption that there is more room to move or there is more relative freedom there. And actually what I'm finding is that is actually not the case, that voice and sound is so totally overdetermined by codes of racialization, logics of racialization. And when I was talking about Du Bois in the beginning, part of what I was suggesting is that the white gaze is a form of touching. It is a form of hapticality. And so that we can't really assume there's this neat demarcation between bad opticality and these other senses that are somehow going to save us from the anti-blackness of opticality. And so I am less convinced that the way to kind of approach these things is to turn to other senses. And for me, I have ended up just kind of wanting, I guess, you know, I don't know, to put my head in the mouth of the lion.
If no one has a question, I would have one. I mean, it's rather a request. I would be curious to bring this conversation to the question of the post-life or the end life and the spectral and the fungal as like this kind of limits, probably because I've been reading Sladia's ontology on haunted natures, but also because I would be curious to hear your thoughts on how these questions of gendering and racialization follow this, how the representations about transcending matter or descending onto matter, you know, like are also sites of gendering and racialization.
Well, in this book, there is a chapter by... No, but I wanted to say, I mean, there is a chapter by Dawn Kitley and on the fungal weird. And she has a reading, well, it's an underlying anti-blackness that makes this discourse possible yet again. I guess we set out to, it's edited collection called Haunted Nature, and we set out to, you know, explore other ways of approaching, you know, relating to whatever the non-human through haunting and whatever, but we were thrown back to race over and over again in all of the chapters. So I can only confirm.
So in my first book, I have a chapter on race and microorganisms in conversation with Octavia Butler's Blood Child and thinking about feminist science studies, long-standing conversation about symbiosis and symbiogenesis through the work of Lynn Margulis. And I will say, yes, certainly I have found that both discourses of symbiosis of microorganisms, that those discourses come into legibility as sciences through certain kinds of anxieties that are tied to colonialism and to racism and imperialism. And so the very discourses that bring microbial life into order are ordered by certain projects of dominion writ large. And so I think that seems to be very much the case. And there's also a way that microorganisms create trouble and category confusion, and in the sheer moreness of what we might call their sexes and their ontic realities, it constantly makes trouble for the projection of a certain kind of ideal of mammalian life onto non-mammalian existence. And so I'm really interested in that tension.
But Slaughter, you talked about Anthropocene as novelty and crisis, and it seems there that you have a really easy, it seems like there's a relationship between thinking anti-Blackness and the Anthropocene too, right? So reinstating that order of the human, right, constantly keeps having to rely on what's inside and what's outside, what's unique to the species, and what is the crisis of the species, always refining itself back in terms of insiders and outsiders. So I really love the idea of this, tell me again, the vegetative belt, but I wanted to ask about the stranger, because it seemed like you brought us back to Sartre on nausea, but then bring in the idea of the stranger. But any thoughts on Camus here? Because I have avoided existentialism because it's too personal for me, and I never wanted to study it and put it out in the kind of public realm of my academic scholarship. But so now I'm really excited. I have perhaps a little bit of time to return to a part of a philosophical space that I haven't really spent much time in yet recently, but would like to hear more now that you've brought back nausea, and the nausea really, to my mind, really works well for understanding what happens when even my encounter of my own body on the street of Berlin, right? Like a certain kind of double take that happens, like these really quick moves, behavioral sort of seeming kinds of, I won't say necessarily nausea, but seeming kinds of subconscious or preconscious, which gets us, down deep into this evolutionary spaces that are not memories, or not even available to us as hereditary sort of stories to tell ourselves. So something about the vegetative and the nausea and standing in front of the naughty root really resonated quite well with me. So thinking about existentialism.
Yeah. Okay. I'm now kind of hooked on the spectral and had an idea about the spectral, and this is the material. The stranger. I find this really productive, using these different figurations of the stranger in order to kind of read the times. I mean, also in relation to romanticism and romanticizing romanticism through strangers and the figure of the stranger. I think you talked about that too. It seems like it is a productive way of accessing ontology, and at the same time, it is the like Sarah Ahmed in this quote that I used by Sarah Ahmed, where she's talking about the welcoming the stranger and inviting the stranger, and thus ontologizing the stranger through this relationship, and putting, asking simply the question. So without that gaze onto and objectifying something or someone as the stranger, does it even exist? Of course, the answer is it doesn't. So why did we construct it, and how did we construct it? And that this discourse that was problematized already, thanks to Camus and Sartre, gets transitions so easily into the Anthropocene was actually quite surprising to me. Well, maybe not that surprising, but I would have thought that this is something that we dealt with, and clearly we haven't, or not enough. And because it is such a strong figuration, it stands in itself. It doesn't even need to intrude the scene of the Anthropocene that already kind of structures it. So the embracing and the creating a hierarchical relationship through the figure of the stranger is very present. Do you want to say something about romanticism and strangeness? I mean, that's a central topic.
They're into it. No. No, I mean, like, maybe the other way around, to bring symbolism back for a second, because like the reason why I'm interested in like symbolism as like the uncanny return of romanticism is like what they do in contrast to romanticism is they push labor out of the equation. And they are, I mean, anti-national sounds like not anti-national in the sense in which it is used today, but they are like against the nation and like against France and against Belgium and against like their colonial endeavors and like try to structure their work against it, but they try to structure their work against it, and maybe that comes back to the question before, in a sort of like deadening of themselves, and like the only thing that survives is exactly like the forms of nature that are not read as being like read as labor or like read as laborious, but like what you see also in the paintings, that like nature is the only living thing and the humans are dying because they go against like the modernity that structures it, and so they make nature illegible to themselves. And this is why I think like to look at symbolism, however heavy metal cover like it looks, in relation to romanticism is interesting because of that, because that human nature relation gets like restructured, and like specifically in relation to the question of sexualization and like unlivable genders. And there is a lot to say about like the question of racialization and sex in symbolism, and like in very, very problematic terms, but also in terms which are generatively against the nation and against like what romanticism did before them. But yeah, that's a whole different thing.
Such a awesome